Hell yeah. Check, 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 check. What's good? We're live. 1 2 1 2 1 2. We're live. Big Red in the morning. Big Red, little hungover. Big Red doing his damn thing. A little bit hungover. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Little hungover. Check 1 2. Yeah, man. Let's throw some shit up because it's gonna be a more laid back, long ass stream. Let's throw some shit up while people get into the fucking mix. We can I'm gonna have to like reset things, and I got to figure out the preset on the Big Red in the Morning stream. There we go. Things are live. Let's do what we always do. Bring up a good old Breaking Points clip to get us warmed up. There's a lot of shit to talk about, though, to be perfect. Like, if we're being honest, if we're being honest, Dumb Easy, first in the mix. What's up, brother? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to talk about. God damn it. Yeah, if we're talking like, gas news. If we're talking about that, yeah, let me start with this because I saw this video on Breaking Points. You guys know me, love a good Breaking Points video. Shout out Breaking Points. I may get a little critical of them from time to time, depending on the topic, but you know me. I'm far away from them, so I can just sit here and say I'm right about everything and shit on them, and they don't get the no. I don't even shit on them that much, to be perfectly honest. Big old thank you for your services over here from the big guy. Just working, Dunbar? Hell yeah, brother. Let me be some background noise for your fucking day job. Let me be the king yapper for your day job. All right, let me throw this one up because, like I was saying, this one was interesting to me because I like the title Cash Patel Incoherent on Kirk Assassin Manifesto. So let's hop into that. I might have to make another cup of coffee. I might have to wake my ass up. Look at that. People are sliding in. What do you poop on? James? You're asking me what do I poop on? I mean, I don't know if it's like a Triumph, the insult comic dong. Sorry. I'm a little Optimum Noctis was a bit of a heater last night. Big Red might be a little hungover. That's the rumor. That's the rumor going around. I don't know if it's true or not, but Big Red might be a little hungover. This might be one of those days where the teacher puts on a movie. But I don't want to, even though we're 2 hours late, because I didn't want to. I did the fucking. We were talking about the Bill Miller chicken strips. I could actually pull that up for you guys if you want. We did the bill. We raised the funds yesterday. We raised the funds yesterday for Bill Miller chicken strips. I ate the chicken strips, and I woke up and I decided, because also too, I was like, I'm a little hungover. I would rather be late and good to podcast than on time and dog shit. You said you were not pooping on them. Oh, I'm talking about, I wasn't trying to shit on Breaking Points. It came off bad. Because I actually don't dislike them at all. But I woke up, I was a little worse for wear. And then I was like, I want to get this chicken strip video edited and out before. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to take the hit. I'm going to start late, but I'm going to get this chicken strip video posted for the people. Because I was like, I already did it and I made the video. And I was like, it's going to be weird to stream and talk about it knowing I already did it and I didn't have the video out. I felt like it was going to ruin the video. But either way, let's pull some shit up. Let's talk some shit, guys.
Morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. Lots to get to this morning. So we've got the very latest with regard to the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassin. We're also going to break Owens and Bill Ackman over whether or not pressure was applied to Charlie.
That was a very interesting thing going on with the Charlie Kirk thing. I was listening to the Candace Owens interview, or not interview, her podcast. I was listening to her podcast where she was talking about Charlie Kirk and all that, and apparently they had some. I gotta look into it more because it's not my wheelhouse. Everyone, I don't know. Sometimes I have like an allergy when it feels a little drama-y, But I also get where Candace Owens is coming from. It's like her friend, sorry, let me change this around real quick. Her friend got pull some nice shit, but don't poop. Copy that, James. Thank you. Her friend got fucking assassinated, and it all feels very fucking weird. And things aren't adding up, and things aren't making sense. So I get where she's coming from. Some crazy fucking shit, but apparently they had like a party. Like I don't know how this stuff works. If you're like a top tier, I mean, I'm gonna have to learn because I am becoming. Like I'm not, it's not happening right now. Why does this keep doing this? I don't want to have a queue. There we go. Get that the fuck out of there. Like it's very clear I'm going to become one of the top political voices of our generation. Like it's kind of, we can kind of see it, you know what I mean? So I'm going to have to learn how to do all this. And, but apparently when you're a big political influencer, when you're a big time special guy, political influencer, you have like parties where everyone meets up and you just kind of like game plan shit. And I go, wait, you guys like fucking do all that and hang the fuck out and fucking figure out the future. It's like interesting. And it's stuff like that always makes me laugh where it's like, why is it so hard for people to believe there's like cabals and things like that? Because it's like everyone does it on their own level. You know what I mean? It's similar to the argument I always make with like the industry plant shit. Whenever people are like crying about industry plants and stuff like that, it's always like, yeah, everyone does it. It's just when it's bad, it gets like a nasty term. And it's not to say like this is good or this is bad. It's not to give the bad shit a pass or anything like that. But it's just like it happens. It's why like when people roll their eyes at conspiracy theories, you're like, this shit happens all the time. It's just a group of you getting now. The difference is like when people like Charlie Kirk and all them meet up in the Hamptons or whatever the fuck, and they're game planning some shit. You know what I mean? It's like it's not some like big evil secretive thing. It's like they're doing it now. Are they gonna kind of lie about what was going on there? Maybe. I mean, that's kind of what Candace Owens is heavily implying and shit with this. So there's different elements like that, but it is just like, again, when people, I hate to always, it's one of my big messages whenever I'm doing any of this shit is I'm always just like, it's way more, conspiracies are much more, like many conspiracies out there are much more reasonable than you think. And even the ones that are like the least likely, well, what's the one I always see it pop up, and we did the episode of No More Heroes about it, and we kind of like did a deep dive and realized it's a little bit more ridiculous than people give it credit for. People go like, yeah, maybe there's something there, and then if you like look into it, you're like, it's actually a decent bit more ridiculous than you give it credit for. But the Stanley Kubrick got killed by the Illuminati, and I always joke my favorite my favorite thing to do with the Stanley Kubrick thing is always like, just Google a picture of Stanley Kubrick. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is literally the picture I pulled up when I made this joke before, but it's like, pull up a picture of Stanley Kubrick and tell me you're shocked to hear this guy died randomly in the middle of the night. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, although that might come off as funny, like, not even trying to be funny. Like, look at this guy. Look at him. You're telling me this guy can't die in the middle of the night? So there's that. Like, and once again, like, you guys know where I'm coming from. Where I'm more of a conspiracy guy. I'm into all these conspiracies. So like, and I also do. I've always said too. I think history is just our best guess. Because there's a lot of like hard facts we can point to on history and shit like that. But there's also a lot of shit in history that you're like, you just got to take people's word on it almost. And you got to like, based off their character and stuff, go like, do I trust that they're telling the truth? Things like that. So history a lot of time becomes just humans' best guess on what happened. So like, while I think it's incredibly, because I might be not be clear enough on this. At the end of the day, facts are the most important. But what I like to do over here on Big Red in the Morning is like, we sit down, we figure out the facts, And then we always take a little bit of time to wildly speculate. Now, I'm being more funny than I even need to be, because it's like, I don't know. I think, I don't know. I talked about this all yesterday, but I do think, at the end of the day, you can't, you just got to keep it a buck. At the end of the day, I technically can't say Stanley Kubrick didn't get killed by the Illuminati. But if we just crunch the numbers, I look at it and I just go like, that probably didn't happen. You know what I mean? And then if you look at the whole thing with like Eyes Wide Shut, and they'll be like, they took out a huge chunk of the movie and stuff. And it was like, dude, to be perfectly honest, I don't know. Even because apparently the reason they thought that apparently with the conspiracy is they're like, oh, they took a whole chunk of the movie out because he showed this like satanic Illuminati ritual that they did. And I go, dude, like outside of whatever conspiracy you think, if you just had like 20 minutes where you showed like a baby getting sacrificed, like any studio would take that out on just like, yeah, we can't show this to the people. We're not gonna be able to sell. You made a snuff film. So there's like that element. And then if you also go into the fact that like Kubrick was constantly doing that, Kubrick would constantly make a movie and then cut out like 30 to 45 minutes of it. By like 30 to 45 minutes would be cut out by the end. And then, but yeah, so it's all this other shit. And I forget why exactly did I go off on the Stanley Kubrick tangent? If you guys could help me with that. I forget where I go on these tangents sometimes. What are you saying here? Is Big Red going to fill in the empty place left in our hearts from the Charlie Kirk assassination? I might have to be that guy. I might have to be the new Charlie Kirk. No, I'm probably not gonna though. I don't really fit the MO of he wasn't a Christian nationalist, was he? He wasn't a Christian nationalist. I've heard that term get thrown around a bunch. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's always said in a way that makes people scared, but that tries to scare people. But yeah, truth be told, because you're hungover. Oh yeah. Well, I'm not like super hungover. I'm not like, oh my god, I got a fucking migraine, I can't fucking talk, and I'm just like a little tired, a little more tired. There's not as much pep in my step. The pep in my step is subpar. That's subpar amount of pep. Subpar amount of pep, if we're being perfectly honest. There's a lot of times we like a lot of pep. Today, not enough pep. Rosemary Baby sacrifice movie. Yeah, I forget exactly why we were talking about that in the 1960s. Yeah, god damn it. That's the other thing too. I've been listening back to these to try to like learn how to to try to like see what's good and what's bad and stuff. And I'm so good at like fucking going down a tangent, like, because I'll think of a thing and then that'll make me think of another thing. And then I go off on a tangent and figure that out. Oh, that's right. I was talking about Candace Owens. And you know what? Sometimes when I meander right here, it pops back into my head. And that's right. I was talking about Candace Owens going to the Hamptons party and shit like that. Or Candace Owens talking about Charlie Kirk's state of mind at the Hamptons party and various things like that. So that's where I was kind of talking about how, with some of these things, they can look a certain type of way, but it may not actually be that. But also at the same time, like, I don't know. We got to just kind of like, feel the vibe out. The one guy you forgot. Whatever. It's past. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting shit with Candace Owens. Let's go back to this clip and maybe it'll jog some memories.
Morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. Lots to get to this morning. So we've got the very latest with regard to the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassin. We're also going to break down this fight between Candace Owens and Bill Ackman over whether or not pressure was applied to Charlie Kirk towards the end of his life with regard to
that's
Israel.
What I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say with now I got it back. I was trying to say a lot of these conspiracies are so much more. That's like my big message is just know a lot of these conspiracies are more reasonable than you think. And even I'll give while I think like the Stanley Kubrick got killed by Illuminati's conspiracy. So let me break it down. No, I'm just kidding. While I think Stanley Kubrick getting killed by the Illuminati is not likely, it's reasonable for people to think that. Because it's like, if you just look at that and go, Stanley Kubrick got killed by the Illuminati. You're like, well, that sounds crazy. Well, then you're like, Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing. And you're like, that also sounds crazy. And then it's like, if we zoom out and you look at all the things around it, like, and I'll just keep it simply as like, you can look into it on your own if you want, but take my word for it. If you look into shit on the moon landing, it's much weirder than you fucking think. And I'll give credit to Pat Dusa. When we were talking about more conspiracies on No More Heroes and shit, he brought up a really interesting theory that I've never heard, and I kind of get on board with, where it's like, because a lot of people go, did we go to the moon? Didn't we go to the moon? I go, Pat basically said, he's like, I think they faked the first moon landing, but he's like, I also think we've gone to the moon. Because it's like, if you look at it, there's like very little evidence of the original moon landing, like that they kept, or like that they, not evidence. What am I trying to say? Well, it's like, there's like apparently they did a bunch of test footage and they taped over it. And it's like, all the original moon landing shit is shady as fuck. And it's like, and if you look at the stuff where, the way they were communicating to them, the way that like it's just a lot of the moon landing stuff feels fucking weird. So it's like, it's more likely that they shot that shit up into space, did a couple laps around the Earth, and then like pretended to do the moon landing, because they were like, they were pressed for time to like beat the Soviets, because that really fucking mattered to them and shit like that. That meant that really mattered to them and shit like that. So sorry, I was seeing very nice comments and I wanted to respond to it, but I'm trying very hard to not get. I'm trying very hard to stay on track and stuff like that. But yeah, so it's like, if you look at all the moon landing stuff, it's reasonable to go in the route of just like, yeah, they probably like shot that shit up into space, did a couple laps, showed you some fake footage, but that also doesn't mean we never eventually went to the moon. They were just trying to fudge the numbers so we could look better than the Soviets at the time, because that shit was like super fucking important to them to look better than the Soviets and shit. But yeah, and it's like, even if none of the conspiracies are true, so many of them are more reasonable than people want to accept, and that's like my big thing. Can't even get past the radiation belt. Moon landing is fake as hell. Yeah, dude, it's kind of crazy. Like, I can go on here. I kind of love it, to be honest. 420 Pizza God 69, great name, by the way. I kind of love that I can go on here, say the moon landing probably didn't happen, and people kind of like go, yeah, I could see it. That's kind of awesome. Yo, Andy, been loving the streams, dude. I got to see La Dispute live for the first time last night. So amazing. Anyway, love you, dude. Love you too, buddy. Painted Houses, great name. By the way, I know a lot of you guys are over here on the Panties channel. Just a reminder, I only stream on the Panties channel one day a week. If you end up liking the Big Red in the Morning, if I didn't go to Optimum Noctis and have a couple beers last night, I usually start these around 9 or 10 a.m. So yeah, you guys can hang out with me and we can talk shit. It's a fun fucking time over on the Big Red in the Morning channel or the Twitch. So hell fucking yeah. Jordan Jensen got into Rogan. That's pretty sick. Can we address the Luigi stuff? Sorry for the same high distraction yesterday. You're good, brother. No apologies necessary. Just, calm down sometimes. Just don't. You know what it is, Slav? Just don't do your spaz and rants in the chat, because I get distracted and I can't not address it. So it's yeah. Just I'm gonna get fucking. I have to address everything everyone says all the time. So just don't go on your spec. But I do want to talk about the Luigi stuff, because I think that's another really important thing, where like figuring out the Charlie Kirk stuff is super important right now. But at the same time, the Charlie Kirk stuff is super important. But at the same time, there's a shitload of things that still need to be talked about that a lot of people aren't really paying as close of attention to. And it'll be like like all the Epstein shit. That's some stuff when the dust settles on the Charlie Kirk thing, that's definitely some stuff I want to get back to, because the Epstein shit is fucking unreal. Trump's definitely a pedo, all that kind of shit. And once again, these are my best guesses. These if I were a betting man, that's what I should call these streams if I was or call the show if I was a betting man, because that's all you can really do at this point, to be perfectly honest. And because a lot of people will be like, nothing's real anymore, and I go, no, things are technically real. I don't know, maybe I'm naive and I don't want to accept quantum physics and everything's different based off of blah 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 or whatever, because I think that's some quantum physics shit. I don't know. I got to be perfectly honest. Every time I look into quantum physics, it just sounds like made up magic. That it's like quantum physics sounds like some made up bullshit that they use to cover up for the alien technology they use. And that I'm only kind of kidding. Like, I'm being funny, but I am truly like, dude, I could see it. And also more likely, I'm just not smart enough to understand quantum physics. But like, I don't know if anyone is like, how is I don't know. I probably just need to look more into quantum physics, but I'll just say this. Every time I look into it, it just sounds like magic, and it doesn't make, because I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I have a lot of opinions, but a lot of times you can have a lot of opinions that, like, I have a lot of dismissive opinions about quantum physics, and my gut's telling me they're because I don't know enough about quantum physics. So like, that's why I'm hesitant to say anything, because there's a high likelihood that everything I fucking say, when I eventually learn more about quantum physics, I'm going to look back and go, I wish I didn't say that on into a mic broadcasting out into the world. So yeah, but I got to be honest, on my limited knowledge, it all just feels like fucking made up magic. And if I was a betting man, it's just a cover for alien technology, but I only half mean that. The only magic I'm interested in is The Gathering, straight up. Oh, hey, Jordan really did good for her. Yeah, man, I'm happy for her, because I think, I don't know. Wasn't she? No, she was talking shit about Tony doing the Trump rally, that's fine. I'm not even like, you guys know me, I'm not even like a Trump guy. I'm not this like Tony Hinchcliffe sycophant. I respect the dude. He's been very nice to me, and I think he's funny. I was talking about this the other day. I like his Twitter special he put out. That's the only time I've actually ever really seen him do stand-up. But I enjoyed his Twitter special when it came out. But I remember, wasn't Jordan Jensen like coming at him for doing that? But I think that's also too, like, I mean, I get it. Like, it's one thing when it's someone like Dave Smith, who's a comedian, and he sort of goes, like, he talks about politics all the time. Like, that's his thing. When he's not on the stage doing stand-up comedy or doing Legion of Skanks, he's politics. So like, it makes sense for him to go, like, it makes sense for him to go, if I were to support someone, I'd support this guy. But it's like, how many comics were, it's just interesting when it's like Tony Hinchcliffe goes and supports Trump and does the rally. And to be perfectly honest, like, went pretty hard during the rally. He does that, and it's like such a big deal. But it's like a thing where it's a big deal to people, where it's like, comedians shouldn't be doing this. And, it's like, how many other comedians were fucking doing the opposite for Kamala? Like, maybe not going to, but just like the way they would talk about and support Kamala publicly, it was like on par, if not way more than that. So it's like, I don't know. It's like, because a lot of people just want to, because the other element of it too, besides just being like, why would you support Trump? The other element too, with like anything having to do with Tony Hinchcliffe, it's always like, you can see it on people. And once again, I don't say this as like a Tony Hinchcliffe sycophant or anything. Like, I'm not even, he doesn't need my defense or anything like that. But just calling balls and strikes, you see a bunch of people, when they're shitting on Tony Hinchcliffe, they always find these like elaborate reasons to not like him when they just go like, yeah, I don't like when you can tell that you can tell they just want to go like, yeah, I don't like the way he fucking talks and his fucking face. And it's like, that's fine. That's fine if that's how you feel, but just say that. Don't dance around it and go like, no, what he's doing for comedy is bad and blah, blah, blah. And what he represents. It's like, just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck. It's just like, come on. Yeah. That's the worst thing that's happened to comedy this year. The fact that Tony Hinchcliffe does a podcast, that's the worst thing that's happened to comedy ever. You know what I mean? And then half the people who, that's the other thing I was realizing, because like one of my guilty pleasures is watching the like Elephant Graveyard type videos and stuff. And I'm not even just coming at Elephant Graveyard, but like any of those guys who have those channels, you ever notice they never spend a lot of time promoting what they like. You know what I mean? And then like I was seeing one of the channels, it's not like they never go like, I like this comedian because he's funny. Like I saw one of the channels recently, the only positive thing they were doing was because Stavros was like challenging other comedians on podcasts. And I talked that about, speaking of Jordan Jensen, I talked about that before. Like I love Stavros to death. I think he's fucking hilarious. But when it comes to his politics, I politely disagree. You know what I'm saying? So when he was kind of, correcting Jordan Jensen in that clip, I was like, all right, dude, just chill. It's not that serious. Like, that's kind of how I was looking at that. I was like, it's not that serious, dude. Boy, where was I going with this? Yeah, so it's like even a lot of those channels, it's not like none of you guys. That's why it's like as much as we joke about Joke World, I was like, I have more respect for Joke World because Joke World's using his platform to go, here's some comedy that's good. He's not just posting a video every week going, the walls are falling down around Bert Kreischer and Andrew Schultz and stuff. He's going like, no, you know who's got a good special I like? This guy. You know who's got a, you know what I mean? Like, so a lot of these channels, they just like bitch and moan, but it's like all you do is clearly listen to hours of podcasting every day. So like you clearly like the podcast. You just know you're like, ooh, Bert said something kind of dumb on this episode. I'm going to be able to make $1 bajillion. Or Shane and Schultz got in a fight that I didn't understand was just a friendship thing. Like it was a fight between friends. So now I'm going to clip it up and make $1 bajillion off that. You know what I mean? It's like none of these guys spend. That's my like thing. It's not that comics can't get criticized. Please. It keeps people in check. I'm for criticizing art and shit like that. I know you're not supposed to say it's art, but you know what I mean. Like I'm for, if someone has a bad opinion, criticize it. It's just these channels where they're supposed to be like they claim to be like promoting comedy or comedy fans. They're just these dudes who are clearly comedy fans, but all they do is just like cry about it all day. You're like, what do you like? You know, they'll be like, this is bad. This is bad. I go, what is good though? Also, what do you, if this is bad, like, what do you want? And it's like, oh, I'm not even trying to put like bad intentions on them. I think they just get in this loop because they realize that shit gets a lot of views. So you get in this loop of just being like, all right, what did Bert Kreischer do this week? What did Andrew Schultz do this week? What did Tony Hinchcliffe do this week? You know, and it's like, I don't know, man. Spend some time talking about, I don't know, maybe a guy on a smaller podcast who needs to be put on, who's not making millions of dollars. Maybe talk about smaller podcasting comedians who are fucking doing it. You know what I mean? It's just fun. I don't know. But what are you guys talking about down here? Oh, but but I got off on a tangent on the Jordan Jensen thing. I don't think she was. I like her though, because she seems like people are gonna like push her into a corner, and she is like just while I disagreed with her sentiment about the Tony Hinchcliffe thing, I do respect the hell. Same with Stavros. I'll disagree with hey, all the way from Italy. Wait a minute. Oh well, no, all the way from New Jersey, El Hawaiian. What's up, doggy? But all the way from Italy, Sean and the Gardini going to Italy to do a wedding. How was Noctis? It was actually really fucking fun. Not actually, it's always fucking fun. Noctis got to be one of the best shows down here in Austin. I'm not even saying that because all three of my lovers host it, but no bullshit. It's literally one of the best shows I do. And then because the boys are hosting it, you always get some dope ass drop-ins. So like, I know they were heavy. They were heavy the one show with like Tim Dillon, and Tim Dillon was there. DeRosa was there. Who else was there? Buongiorno. Shauna Gardini in Italy. Yeah, Amici Miei. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, big tangent in the morning, definitely. This is definitely going to be a more loosey-goosey stream today. What else was I trying to say? Oh yeah, no, like Noctis fucking ripped, dude. Noctis ripped. And also too, I was feeling good. The crowd was hot. I felt like I could fucking dance a little bit more than normal. Tried a new joke, went well. Nate kept telling me, it was so funny. Nate kept telling me one of the jokes was good, and he just kept getting more and more drunk all night, and he just kept telling me, he's like, dude, but that punchline. I'm like, thank you, dude. Do you want to make out? Hilarious. Good morning, my friend. English. But yeah, dude, Noctis ripped. ISO made a drop in. Brian Simpson made a drop in. And then everyone else, Captain Corey, Lily was there. Everyone ripped. Yeah, Noctis was a very fun night. Naeem and Sydney are on Morning Zoo right now, by the way. Hell yeah. Shout out Naeem and Sydney. I would love to. I got to get back to New York at some point and do the fucking rounds. There's a bunch of people I miss. Nate's so zesty. It was true. He was zesty. I was making out with him last night, and I go, dude, I don't know why people keep calling you zesty. And then we were like, mwah, 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 mwah. This is like more water, cheese, and a sandwich type of podcast. Wait, what? A water, cheese, and a sandwich. I don't know what that means. I got to get some more light on my beautiful face. There we go. Look at that. Look at that, boys and girls. Nate be sending me dick pics. That's true. Sorry if you already talked about it. On the new Kublai TX single, been blasting that in the new Sabaton single about Julius Caesar on repeat. No, I haven't heard of that. Who's Sabaton? I've not heard them, but yeah, the new Kublai song fucking rips. I have not heard of Sabaton, but that is a very interesting looking band. I got to be honest. That's a really interesting looking band. Can I be honest with you guys? It's an interesting looking band. I don't listen to them though. I'll check them out though. But yeah, lunch break cast for me. Let's fucking go. Having some lunch. Dude, that'd be sick if you visited the East Coast. I miss you too, bro. We got to go to a concert. I got to get punched in the head again. Oh, was that not the right Sabaton? Why are you saying oh, bro, to that, Anon? Was that not the right Sabaton? Shout out lunch. It's so funny. Yo, big ups to lunch, dude. Big up. Lunch is a good time. Lunch is a real good fucking time. Oh, are they like a fucking... Oh, interesting. Interesting on Sabaton. Please give them a listen. Owe you to get me into... Oh, you for getting me into Kublai TX and Dance Gavin. Damn, you didn't listen to Dance Gavin Dance or Kublai before me? I'm fucking honored, dude. See, that's like my favorite thing. That's why I love, I'm a man of many interests. So it's why it's like everyone jokes about how many podcasts I have and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. I like too many things. I like too many things. It's the cross I have to bear of how many things I fucking like. But yeah, like dude, there's nothing like I'm not trying to be fucking corny right now, but the fact that you just said you're the reason I listen to Kubla Khan and Dance Gavin Dance, I go, that's so cool for me. You know what I mean? Just finding out that like I was like, yo, check this out, and then you fucking kept listening. That's very cool. That's very cool. So yeah, that's why I love talking about music. I like talking about music because I just like to. I don't know, man. It's probably a little bit me being egotistical where I'm like, no, I have pretty good taste in music and we need to keep it a buck on what's good and what's bad. So like, that's why I like to that's why I like to get in the mix on music discourse. But also when we're doing Big Red in the Morning, I like to talk about politics. I just can't help it either. I just like to talk about politics in the world and shit like that. But I think it should be okay to want to do that. What was the last thing? There was one last thing I was going to say about Jordan. Oh yeah, about Jordan Jensen and Stavros that I forgot to mention earlier. But should we put the chat up like this? The one thing I was going to say too, I wanted to finish up about Stavros and Jordan Jensen is like, because I think a lot of times people get like way too worked up over people disagreeing about shit. And I go, that needs to be like normal and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That needs to be like way more normal that people just disagree on things, especially post like the Charlie Kirk thing. Is like you need to normalize the fact that it's like we can disagree like drastically and it's still chill. That like you need to if you disagree with someone's opinion and it's not still chill after it, that's a you thing you got to figure out. Because it's like it's one thing if it's one thing if someone in the government has an opinion, because depending on how high up or how low they are in the government, their opinion can really affect your life. But it's like, truth be told, it's like, at the end of the day, Kirk was a YouTuber. He was a political commentator. Like, did he have influence? Fucking JD Vance is doing his show a day or two after he dies. Yeah, sure, he had influence, but at the end of the day, he's just a guy talking shit. And the only, you're not, like I said it before, you're not getting less Charlie Kirks by taking the, what's the fucking, it was that like Greek myth where the motherfucker would get his head chopped off and then 3 more would sprout out. You know what I mean? It's like you take out Charlie Kirk, you've now gotten 1 million more Charlie Kirks. So like mission not even close to accomplished. Charlie Kirk getting shot, EA Skate being gay as hell. It's been a bad week. Yeah, Skate was kind of weak in my opinion too, Gats. I saw a bunch of people shitting on Skate. That's unfortunate because I know people eat a puss. That's unfortunate because I know people were very excited for Skate. People were very excited for Skate. I used to play the original Hydra. Thank you. Thank you, James. Hydra. That is right. I know a lot of people were very excited for Skate, and all I'm hearing is that it like sucks ass, and that's like a bummer. Cause Skate seems like a fun time. I was planning on getting Taco Bell for lunch, but every goddamn road in this city is fucking closed for construction. Dude, I had that feeling where I went to CVS yesterday. Because I am, truth be told, can we talk about food? Do you guys mind if I talk about food? I don't know if you guys are used to this here on Big Red in the Morning. Yo, look at that. Look at that shit. Fucking the Big Red in the Morning, because PITM's getting 18. Big Red in the Morning, the Big Red in the Morning stream's getting fucking 12. Thank you so much, guys. I know the title might be a little misleading. The title might be a little misleading because we haven't talked about anything in the title yet, but we will. This is a long form stream today, so hang out, keep this a part of your workday. But hell yeah, man, a lot of people. Oh, and a lot of people over on Twitch as well. Hell yeah. Here, wait. Let me go through the Twitch chat because there were I saw a bunch of comments earlier that were like grabbing me. Pause. And I really wanted to like go through them, but the way that the chat goes over here on Restream doesn't. The way that the chat goes over here on Restream, it's hard to keep up because it's hard. Here, wait. I think I can just show you no, I can't show you it. Oh yeah, here we go. Here, I'll show you this whole entire screen real quick. So the way, here, wait, let me do it this way. Yeah, so like over here is the chat I see, but it's YouTube and Twitch. It's two YouTube channels and one Twitch at the same time. So it's hard to like keep up sometimes. It's hard to keep up with it sometimes, and you miss a lot of shit. But yeah, I did a poblano and onion quesadilla for lunch. That sounds awesome. Taco Bell, my favorite Mexican restaurant. Taco Bell is my favorite thing to hit up occasionally. I can't live my life daily in Taco Bell. Hey, Calum the drum. Oh, is that Calum from back in the day? Getting in the mix. I appreciate that. Good to see you out here, Calum. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. By the way, the Bill Miller video, if you want to take a quick pause from the stream, Bill Miller video is over on my, honestly, all my shit. Bill Miller videos on all my shit. Okay, here we go. Jordan on Rogan. Can we address Luigi stuff? Yeah, we will get. Let me pull up a tab. To remember to address Luigi shit. I'll pull up a tab. I'll keep this over here. That'll remind me to do Luigi. You pump for Skankfest. I am not on it, so I'm happy for everyone else on it, and I don't feel any type of way about that. No, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm mad I didn't get on Skankfest. I would have loved to go. I don't have the money to I went last year even though I wasn't booked. I don't have the money to go this year and not be booked. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. Which sidebar at Andrew-Malfrin on Venmo. If you guys want to see me at Skankfest, everyone send me if everyone in the chat right now sends me $1,000, I'll go to Skankfest. But yeah, no. But for real though, you guys, if you guys want to help me out, I'm Andy Malfrin on all my social media. So whatever I'm on every app. So that's the best way to put it. Whatever your favorite app is, just search Andy Malfrina or Big Red in the Morning. Go follow me on there. Help me out, because if I get my TikTok to 100, if I get my TikTok to 10,000, if I get the Big Red in the Morning YouTube channel to 500, all these different things, I can make a couple, and I don't have to beg for money as much anymore. You know what I'm saying? And then also, like I said, I don't have a lot of good content on it, but I did set up a Patreon. If you're already subscribed to the Panties Patreon, that is the rule. Go to the Panties Patreon first. But if you got an extra $1 or two, when you're done with that, go over to the Big Red in the Morning Patreon. You'll be able to, if you like my music takes, you'll be able to force me to listen to music. Honestly, if you just want to Venmo me $5, I'll make a reaction video to any song. If you Venmo me $20, I'll make a reaction video to any album you want. Or you could just sign up for that fucking Patreon. But I am doing Big Red Book Club over there. It's just I do a lot of things that take a lot of time, and I'm really bad at what am I trying to say? At planning out my week. So like I need like 2 hours to do a chapter for the Big Red Book Club. So I want to keep doing that. It's just a lot of stuff to do. But yeah, not a lot. I'll probably post like exclusive streams on YouTube or something, or on Patreon or something. But yeah, the Patreon's not good. It's just out of the goodness of the heart. You got that right. Run away. I buy Taco Bell seasoning from HEB and make some good ground beef. Dude, I get Taco Bell. I buy the fire sauce from HEB. Taco Bell fire sauce is my new favorite thing. I don't know why they call it fire sauce. It's not that hot. Don't worry, no low be hit by hurricane before Skankfest. Lewis won't refund. PI Temp should protest all the panty boys or none every time. It's fine. Dude, honestly, like we make jokes about it. Like we made jokes about it with Like we were fucking with Joke World, which funny enough, did I say that earlier? I met Joke World last night. It was so funny. I made him feel I could tell he was so embarrassed because I go, "Oh shit, are you?" I like a fucking fan. It was so funny. I literally go, "Oh shit, you Joke World?" And he like was like, like he was like, "Yeah," but he kind of made that face of like, "Oh," and I was like, "Dude, no, you rule." Like all jokes aside, I was like, "You rule. You help promote comedy and all that shit." So. But yeah, like we talk shit, but I don't know. It's also it gets to a point too where you're like, I'm not gonna make a fucking thing out of this. I don't care anymore. I've applied to Skankfest for like 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row. I've gotten it one time. I'm not gonna fucking, they've helped me out in other areas. It's like they don't owe me anything. I'm not gonna be fucking butthurt about it. Like, would I want to go? Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. At Andrew Malafrina, at Andrew-Malafrina on Venmo. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Guys, everything's fine. Let me go through the Twitch chat again. The only magic I'm interested in the gathering. I read that. I'm 50-50 on anything, Luigi. Do I share the hate for insurance CEOs? Yes. Do I think taking them out changes anything? No. Yeah, that's the big thing. People love a very superficial solution. That's the thing with like Charlie Kirk. You see, like when the CEO gets taken out, everyone's like, hell yeah. You're like, what the fuck is this going to solve? Like, nothing's going to get better. I saw like one article where they were like, prices went down for a day and blah, 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 blah. But it's like, no, honestly, if everyone learned fucking, I don't know. If everyone just read some Murray Rothbard, probably the world would be way better. It's like there's like if everyone just knew that shit and then demanded it of their fucking pedophile overlords, things would get a lot better. No, probably makes things worse. Is he a terrorist? Yes, and no. His violence does influence the change of behavior of company and their CEOs, but the sentiment is shared too much to label all the rest of us the same. Yeah, that shit doesn't fucking do shit. I've been sitting here wondering the stream might start, didn't get a notification. Yeah, guys, sorry I started so late today. I like I said, I had to edit that bill. So please go on all my respective social media and like that Bill Miller shit. Play Rich Humari Kwan some type of way. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. $5 super chat. Play Rich Humiri Kwan some type of way. Well, I can't play that. I can't play that here. We're on YouTube. It's gonna get got. I can make a reaction later if you want. When is Lemaire going to remix Party All the Time by Eddie Murphy? I mean, he knows how to play the fucking saxophone. Also, James, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Would Andy bang his stepsister if it was Jordan like she did with her stepbro? I mean, all respect to Jordan, but no. Jordan said Mitch Hedberg was overrated. Bitch needs to know her role and shut her. Jesus Christ, Derek. I gotta be honest though, like, to be fair though, Derek, the skank said that too. I remember seeing a clip about it. I forget it. I remember Dave was talking shit and Big J. I don't mean that negatively. Like, dude, I gotta be honest. Like, Mitch Hedberg ripped back in the day, but there's some Mitch Hedbergs you go back and look at, and you're just like, like it's not. I hate to burst your bubble, Derek, but it's not like it's kind of maybe she was being a little harsh. Maybe she wasn't showing enough respect, but it's not like that's not a crazy accusation, to be honest. I'm not making it to Skankfest this year, not bothering with it, but I would be if it was Las Vegas. I'd be bummed because it is so easy to attend in Vegas. Everything everything is so close and cheap to eat and drinking in public, and always spent less than $1,000 between flying out and landing back home. Yeah, the flights are probably cheaper in Vegas. I wouldn't say it's cheap to eat around Vegas. I mean, you can do it. I did it here and there, but it's do you just want to eat like shit the whole time and eat cheap? Like, if you really want to just go to Vegas and have a good time, you're gonna have to spend some money on You have to spend some money. It's cheap to eat on Fremont. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Maybe if you have a real job and you're not spazzing about money all the time. Which again, at Andrew Malfrino, Andrew Malfrino on Venmo. I know I was joking, kind of. Fair enough. I assume, Derek. You're a good guy, Derek. There's a local pizza place down here that makes the best taco pizza. Taco pizza is underrated pizza. Not enough people talk about it. Taco pizza is underrated pizza. If you are taking Jordan seriously, you must do the same with finance. So you must be the one of 31 flavors of Baskin retard. I don't say that. I love Jordan. I think Jordan and Ian are fucking hilarious. I don't know. You know what it is? I've been in comedy for so long. I'm just like, dude, I don't. People get too mad over people with opinions they don't like. It's like, dude, I've lived in the shit since I started doing comedy. And ever since I had a slight shout out Dave Smith for getting me into gay ass libertarian shit. Ever since then, it's like all I've done is that's why the way people spaz, I've seen, what am I trying to say? I've seen people post where they'll be like, such and such is Republican coded, and it's just supposed to be implied that, and that's bad, and we all agree that that's bad, and you're like, you're never around people who disagree with you, that it's just like, oh, it's just understood that calling someone a Republican's an insult, and I don't even say that as a Republican, but it's like, I mean, it's just as justified to be like, oh yeah, that guy's a Democrat. Like, that's just as much of an insult as a Republican is, if you want to look at it that way. So it's like, people get too bent out of shape over a different opinion. It's like, brother, that's all I've lived in since I started doing comedy. Is like, not started doing comedy, but for a good chunk of time, even before I was very like politically minded, I would still constantly like give people pushback and not kind of go along with the general vibe of things. So it's like, dude, I've lived that since day one. I don't know why people spaz so much over like other people with bad opinions or wrong. And also, honestly, too, I will say this: I've seen a lot of clips of Jordan Jensen. She is a insane person, and that's why she's so fucking good at stand-up. So I don't try to take any of her opinions too seriously. Ian will have Ian's had a lot of good opinions, to be perfectly honest. Like, I've seen a bunch of stuff, like, because he has the vibe that he's gonna be a fucking annoying liberal, like the worst liberal. He has that vibe, but then he starts yapping, and you're just like, nah. I actually fuck with Ian opinion wise. I fuck with Ian more than I don't. I'll admit it. I've cranked to Jordan. Thoughts and prayers, brother. That's rude. I'm sorry. Stavros sells "Suck My Tiny Socialist Dick" for $60 shirts, not even hoodies. That's funny. What the fuck is wrong with you? 420. A lot of people calling Stav a grifter. I think it's just you don't agree with Stav. I think he means it. Stav is not. He's been on the same way. Yeah, I think Stav's been consistent. Also, you know what rules Hate Watch with Devin Costa? Yeah, Hate Watch is a good show. If you're just looking for a pure comedy fun time, Hate Watch is a really good show. Nate be sending me dick pics. I read that before. Shout out Lunch. Oh yeah, all you guys are showing love to Lunch. That's pretty fucking cool. Yeah, Taco Bell. CC's Taco Pizza was so good. We were actually joking on the pod because, oh yeah, on this week on the pod, we were talking. We brought up that girl who goes to like all you can eat places and just eats way too much, or not eats way too much, but just sees how long it'll take for them to like kick her out of the building. And then we were like, dude, and then we started joking, like we would fucking annihilate a CC's Pizza, like the three of us. We would like, dude. And also, I was thinking about, we need to get the big boy coalition together, Just like me, Nate Lemaire. Well, we were also giving Nate props. The way he eats, he should be fatter than us, the way he eats. So it's crazy how not fat he is yet with how Nate Marshall eats food. But but no, I was like, dude, Nate Lemaire. I don't know if you guys know Jake Ricca. He's been on the pod before. We shout him out all the time because of his great work. But Jake Ricca, Scott Fillmore's out here. There's some big fucking boys out here. Bro, our bro Dave, Netflix, who works at the Creek. We can throw Clay, who works at the Creek. We could literally we could go squad deep and shut down a CC's Pizza. Mexican pizza. Dude, what is the Mexican pizza again? Mexican pizza. No, the Taco Bell. I don't want a easy from home recipe on a Mexican pizza. Oh, that's right. Yo, I got to try one of those. All right. How much is a Mexican pizza? Mexican pizza is $5.39. If someone Venmos me $10, I'll go get a Mexican pizza. The Venmo is open at Andrew-Malafrina for $10. I'll go get a Mexican pizza. Oh yeah, we were talking about that. Jordan is the man of the duo. Ian unhinged ball of energy. Stav is consistent. I just don't believe he actually cares about it or anything. Stav. From what I've seen Stav talk about politics, he's consistent. I just think he falls into that. Like socialist thing where I don't know. I just think inherently, if you're that passionate about socialism, it makes me believe you're not you're not thinking that critically about it and its implications and shit. You know what I mean? Because I think that's to me, if you're passionate about socialism like that, you're actually kind of telling me you're choosing not to think critically about some of that stuff. You're just focused on, because here's where I give socialist people a huge pass is giving them the benefit of the doubt. They are much more locked in on it comes from a place of we just want good shit for people. We just want people to have a good time and we want to help people out. And you go, that's nice. It's just, I think most people who are passionate about socialism, I don't think they took the time to understand the logistics of it. And it's just logistically, it goes back down to just the pure notion of you can't fix prices. And that's what socialism does with central planning and all that shit. So it's it's inevitable if the more now, I've said before, if you keep it to under 25% socialism, you can have a good time. But even then, in that 25%, you're just creating these different avenues to really exploit shit, because it's it all sounds nice. And you're oh, we're going to create this to help out the homeless. And then, they do that in California. And if you find out the homeless budget's insane, and literally California has one of the worst homeless problems in the country. And you're oh yeah, they're clearly pocketing all that and or completely wasting it. Just look at the numbers. California has one of the worst homeless problems in the entire country, and they sink some of the most money into it. So I'm just saying, even the 25%, because there are certain avenues where it's it doesn't hurt that much and it's not that bad. But I don't know, even in a lot of stuff, it's just every avenue I see is just hey, government, I respect your effort, but you don't really help. So if you just, in most avenues, if you just let people figure it out for themselves, or if you just show people that, I understand wanting to have a social safety net, but I don't think the government's the best place to create a social safety net. I think it's a better route to form communities in your towns and stuff like that to then create social safety nets. But it's I think the problem is, the problem is people don't want to take on those levels of personal responsibility, because the sort of the modern reality that government has created, it makes people think it's like, oh, I could rather than just like being in a small community where you're like ingratiated in it and people look out for each other. They're like, nah, I like my I like my shitty tiny apartment in this giant skyscraper that I don't have to be around anyone and I can just fucking touch a phone and my food shows up and blah blah. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we're all meant to live like that. You know what I mean? Just in giant. That's why I'm not a big fan of like cities. I like all the fun that comes with cities, but the living situation, I don't know if that's what we were. I don't know if that's what the plan was. Communism is a Jewish weapon to destroy nationalistic ethno groups and cultures and customs and extract their labor and wealth. I don't know. Maybe. Communism for the lazy, shiftless, non-thinking masses, and look how it worked for this. Yeah, it's just the problem is like communism and socialism is like eating potato chips and thinking you're like, I'm getting my calories for the day. It's like you are, but it's not good. It feels like it. Or communism is kind of like, oh, we need to eat. Oh, quick, grab the McDonald's. And it's like, yeah, that works for a minute. But over time, you're like, your body's going to shut down because all you eat is fucking overprocessed garbage. You know what I mean? The free market and all that shit on its face is like chicken and broccoli. That's why no one wants to do it. That's why people don't like it. Because like communism is Paris Hilton with her tits out eating a fucking Hardee's burger. And you're like, that looks fucking sick. But it's like, Paris Hilton's not going to suck your dick unless there's a video to make a bunch of, I don't no hate on Paris Hilton. I don't know why I'm shitting on her. But it's like, yeah, Paris Hilton's not, what the like communism and socialism is that Hardee's commercial with Paris Hilton on the fucking truck and what the commercial implies, where it's like, all right, here's Paris Hilton. She's going to suck your dick. You're going to have this burger. Everything's going to be fucking sick as hell. And then it's just like, you find out, well, no, Paris Hilton's definitely not sucking your dick. And that burger doesn't look this good. And then you're going to fucking shit your brains out after you eat the burger. And the free market is like chicken and broccoli. And it's like, it's not flashy, but it's going to be better for you. Now, that's why I'm always like, theoretically, you could do like 20% socialism. You know what I mean? Because it's like, if you eat chicken and broccoli every day, you're like, that fucking sucks. So it's like, yeah, dude, once a week, go to McDonald's. Once a week, go get fucking takeout or something like that. Be a little bad bitch. But you just can't. It's the fucking Robert Downey Jr. joke. You never go full retard. You can have sprinklings of this shit. The only problem is once you sprinkle, you might actually, the cap, a lot of times when people sprinkle it on stuff, the cap falls off and you're like, oh, God damn it. You just tried to get a little garlic powder in the mix and now the whole thing's garlic. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Anyway, communism's gay. What were you guys saying? I want to be like Andy when I grow up. I don't know if you do, but I appreciate the sentiment. It's easy to be a socialist in a liberal country, but absolutely impossibly a liberal in a socialist country. And I don't mean liberal in the term of people use currently. Well, that's the problem with I got chats on chats. Well, that's the problem inherently on. Well, because like with a lot of like communist and socialist shit, they look as like different. They look as like different like political philosophies or political structures as like stages. And the way they get to look at it is like communism gets to be the logical end for them. I'm gonna eat this fucking granola bar, by the way. I opened it up like a fucking hour ago. Communism gets to be like the logical end for them. So it's like, if you look in every like communist socialist society, it started off by people using the benefits of capitalism to create a good society, and then we start noticing it's like, wow, we kind of got like a lot of money and stuff. What if we use that for shit? Communism and McDonald's in the same sentence made you sound tarded. No, it didn't. You didn't understand it. It was actually a really good analogy. I think you just heard buzzwords and thought I was stupid. It's not a big deal if you didn't understand it. Just don't be mean to me if you don't understand things. What'd you guys say over on the YouTube chat? Anything good? Anything good? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Let me finish this bar and then we can actually talk about things today. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this. There we go, Luigi. All right, let's get this out of here. Can I make this chat bigger over here? Luigi Mangione. Kind of forgot about him. If you're a communist, go get McDonald's, then you get an oligarchy. Okay. Maybe I'm dumb. I'm not picking up what you're putting down, brother. I was just using an analogy. I'm not like, I think you're taking me too literal. I was just using an analogy earlier, saying like the reason why, because like McDonald's looks fun and good and flashy and like it's still actual food, but then you eat it and you feel like shit right away. That's kind of what communism is. And then like the free market is like, you know, chicken and broccoli and rice. It's not flashy, but it's what's good for you and it will make everything better in the long run. So yeah, I was just using a lot of, sorry, I'm not trying to be mean to you. I was just sort of speaking broadly. I've noticed the more I get into these spaces talking about shit like this, a lot of people are bad at analogies. They don't pick up on analogies. But I'm sorry, I'm being really condescending, James. I apologize. But yeah, it was just an analogy. Here, let's watch this.
The man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson just appeared in state court here in New York City for a pretrial hearing. Luigi Mangione is facing both state and federal charges. And you may remember, Brian Thompson was gunned down on a New York City street in what police called a targeted killing. And Mangione was then arrested in Pennsylvania, I think about 5 days later after a wide manhunt. CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety, Anna Schechter, is here with us. I remember going back and we were wondering where the suspect might be. It's Mangione. Now he's in this pretrial hearing today. Great to see you. What happened in the court?
Sorry, I can't resist these comments. Yeah, but the reality is that McDonald's was not created by communism. Yeah. So your analogy is tarded. No. This is very funny. You're not, James, I love you, buddy. You're not understanding I don't know if you know what analogies are. I'm saying like free markets to communism is analogous to rice and chicken, or chicken and broccoli is analogous to chicken and broccoli versus McDonald's. It's an analogy. You know what I'm saying? I'm comparing things. I'm using a more relatable thing to get you guys to understand where I'm coming from. You are not the one understanding this, James. It's actually a pretty good analogy now that I think. Like, the irony is it's a pretty good analogy. Have I missed any Slav meltdowns? See, that's the worst part. You guys actually love Slav going crazy. You love Slav fucking kumiaing out. You guys are promoting this. No, Slav actually was kind of chill. He only blamed one thing on the Jews so far, so Slav's been pretty fucking chill. You're actually not that late. I started late as hell, so you're only an hour late. Thank you, time. Thank you, time. Anyway, okay, but communism is McDonald's are not. Yeah, dude, this is very James. I'm not trying to be mean. This is very fascinating that you can't understand analogies. Okay, but communism is McDonald's are not in a relationship, right? No, I'm saying communism. Communism to free markets is analogous to McDonald's to chicken and broccoli. You know what I mean? Like, okay, here's an analogy I was using before about the Israel-Palestine situation right now. Because every time with Israel-Palestine, they James is the 30-second flavor of Baskin retards. Don't be mean to James. I love James. James is my best friend. I love James. But no, I was saying this before to explain the current Israel-Palestine situation when everyone goes, Israel has the right to defend themselves. And I go, yeah. But the way Israel is defending themselves, it's almost like if Brock Lesnar got hit with a bat by a fucking 14-year-old, Brock has the right to go to neutralize the kid and get the bat out of his hand. But then if Brock Lesnar goes and just starts bashing the 14-year-old's face open, you're like, okay, that's too far. You were justified in getting the bat out of his hand and maybe roughing him up real quick or whatever the fuck. But now that you've bashed his face open, it's actually Raja Jackson. Raja Jackson is Israel, and that guy is Palestine. Raja Jackson, he deserved his receipt, but after the 20-second punch to his face, you're going real Israel. So here's the thing. Raja Jackson isn't Jewish or Israeli. I'm sure he's never been to Israel. I'm just saying what he did to that guy's head is analogous to what Israel's doing to Palestine. You get what I'm saying? These are called analogies. And legitimately, not trying to come at you, James, just kind of making a broad statement I've felt before. I've noticed a big problem in political discussions and political discourse is people legitimately have a hard time understanding analogies. And I'm not trying to call you out right now, but that's kind of what happened right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've noticed that a lot in political discourse. People are not great at analogies.
Courtroom.
Well, we have a lot of news for you, just in that the judge actually threw out the most serious terrorism-related charges filed against Mangione. So now it's down to 9 counts that he faces, including second-degree murder. But this is really a blow for the prosecution. They were hoping to get a conviction on these big terrorism-related charges. They made this case.
James, I genuinely don't know if you're trolling me at this point. Do you really not understand what analogies are? Am I being trolled? That's so funny. This comment's for the algorithm god. I have court we out. Well, good luck. Yeah, I love you, James. I don't know if you're trolling me at this point. I feel like you're trolling. Out of respect to you, I'm going to assume you're trolling me. Yeah. If you're trolling, respect. Call it 5150 on James. That's so funny. All right. I love you, brother. No more. We're not talking about McDonald's. Well, I mean, we might talk about McDonald's later, but no more McDonald's communism talk. So let's start this over. They dropped the terrorist charges on him because that's what we're like. I thought I misread it. I thought he was like free on all charges, but apparently they're just dropping terrorist charges, which I mean, was it politically motivated? Because didn't he have a thing? Didn't he have, can we stop with the inscribing shit on guns? I was talking to someone about this before, but it's like some cornball shit. People keep inscribing shit on guns. Absolute cornball shit. Yeah, sorry. We know you will talk about McDonald's again. Yes, that is fair, James. That's why I corrected myself. I was like, no more talking about McDonald's. And I go, brother, I'm probably going to stream for 3 hours. The odds that I won't talk about McDonald's is nuts. But anyway, so yeah, because he had the Luigi guy had something inscribed on his gun that was a reference to. Do you guys remember that? He had something on his gun that was a reference to, I want to say it was like a book about how to be trending even when murdering. Yeah. Here, wait, let me Google it real quick. What did Luigi Mangione? Oh, yeah, it was on the bullets. Oh, yeah, deny, defend, and depose. That was delay. These inscriptions were found on bullet casings at the crime scene, indicating a statement that American healthcare systems. Here, wait. I mean, he has a manifesto. Does he actually have a manifesto? On Monday, after a 5-day manhunt, police arrested 26-year-old Luigi Mangione. For Mangione's arrest, there was at least one indication that the shooting was intended as a statement about the American healthcare system. Bullet casings found at the crime set. Here's my thing, though. Like, it's like, dude, the way of the world, anything's political at this point. You know what I mean? Like the way we all talk about shit, the way we. Oh wait, I was trying to show this article. The way we talk about shit, the way we understand shit, it's like. It's like, oh, he was making a statement about the American healthcare system. And then like, my first reaction was like, well, that's political. That's definitely political. And you're like, well, is it to just be like, is it political? I'm going to get out of this because these fucking websites slow the shit out of my computer. But it's like, is it inherently political to just be like the American healthcare system's fucked up? And it's like, yeah, no, because it's like, I don't know. You wouldn't say it's like, it's just because it's like controlled so much by the government and stuff like that. But you wouldn't look at some other business giving a service as political, but the American healthcare system is political because that's it's the most fucked up, and we yap about it a bunch. So yeah, and I don't know. I feel like either if it's not specific, if it's not specific what he's who he's going after and what he's mad about, I feel like they need to and he's not a part of a specific political organization. I think they need to like pull back on the terrorist charges. So I could see it not being terrorism.
Docket, the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson just appeared in state court here in New York City for a pretrial hearing. Luigi Mangione is facing both state and federal charges. And you may remember, Brian Thompson was gunned down on a New York City street in what police called a targeted killing. And Mangione was then arrested in Pennsylvania, I think about 5 days later after a wide manhunt. CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety, Anna Schechter, is here with us. I remember going back and we were wondering where the suspect might be. It's Mangione. Now he's in this pretrial hearing today. Great to see you. What happened in the courtroom?
Well, we have a lot of news for you, just in that the judge actually threw out the most serious terrorism-related charges filed against Mangione. So now it's down to 9 counts that he faces, including second-degree murder. But this is really a blow for the prosecution. They were hoping to get conviction on these big terrorism-related charges. They made this case that Mangione was trying to incite fear amongst the public, and the judge wrote in a lengthy decision that they didn't provide adequate evidence to meet that terrorism charge. So that just happened. Also, we heard that early in December, we're going to have another hearing where the judge will rule on the defense's requests to have evidence suppressed, like what was found inside Mangione's backpack, including a gun in his backpack when he was arrested at McDonald's. Defense wants all that thrown out, saying it was illegally obtained, that he wasn't read his Miranda rights at the time. So a lot of courtroom drama unfolding. You know, I think this case captured our attention, but there's a lot happening that are not making
I always
headlines.
have this like weird mixed feeling about the illegally obtained. Because, like, don't get me wrong, if it's some case, I think at the end of the day, it's probably better. But, like, here's just, like, the thought. I'm not even making a decision on what's right or wrong in this. It's just, like, I always think about it where, like, well, we found all this stuff in his backpack, but it was illegally obtained, so we can't use it in court. And it's like, yeah, but it's like, it's proof. It's like, we know he did it. You know what I mean? We know it's like when they were talking about Hillary Clinton's emails. They're like, well, you know, WikiLeaks obtained them illegally, or the people who sent them, whoever got them, whoever found them, they'll be like, oh, they were obtained illegally, and you're like, okay, but then when you find out what's in the emails, and it reveals some like shady shit about our government and how they operate, and make you realize there's, you know, some Pizzagate shit going on. You're like, it's like there's in certain situations, there's part of me that goes like, I don't care if they were illegally obtained. It's better that we know this, you know? So, and I get that it's different in the criminal justice system, because there are certain times where it's like especially because there's so many bullshit laws. Like I basically don't like, I could probably say I don't like the vast majority of drug laws. So, like, you know, if a dude gets off because already I think the law's illegitimate, because I go like, I don't think anyone should be in jail for owning a fucking plant or a substance like that. You know, I don't think it should be illegal to do drugs. Like, obviously, socially, I would be pro or con what drugs we normalize in our community. But just from a legal standpoint, you know, it's so already the laws are illegitimate to me. So at that point, whatever happens to help them not go to jail, I'm for. So like, but I think from a outside of the criminal justice system, from a truth-seeking standpoint, being like, well, they were illegally obtained. You're like, yeah, but like now we know he definitely did it, you know? So there's like, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but there's like a weird thing to that. Damn, maybe all of this is an analogy for something else. The funny thing about your comment is you're still reinforcing the fact that you don't know an analogy, because contextually that joke didn't really work. But it's the fact that you are letting us know you still don't fully know what an analogy is what's making it funny. So you are making my day better, James. I appreciate you. The other health insurance CEOs could have showed up to the trail saying they needed to hire more security to back up terrorism accusations. Interesting. I didn't think about that. Why the fuck do they have an English Oh, all right. Chill. I forgot that's what you were saying. That was basically the judge's reasoning for dropping the terror charges, which kind of seems like the point of having such charges in the first place. Wait. You're talking about what I was saying earlier? Seems like the point of having such charges in the first place. We gotta think about that. I like this comment. I'm scribbing casings right now. Love and hate. Let them know, dude. It's badass. Oh, thank you, Slav. Casings, not bullets. Those Luigi inscriptions are the insurance company's modus operandi to not pay out for their customer services. Yeah, I know. I know sometimes. God, I love taking the bait. It is just funny to be this confidently wrong. I respect it at this point, James. It's admirable how confidently, I guess from my perspective, it would bother me way more to be this wrong, but I respect it from you. It's kind of interesting. I don't know how to be like that. I couldn't be this wrong and still feel good about myself, but I'm not even trying to shit on you. I'm just trying to state some facts, but interesting.
But that's all happening today.
And if the defense gets that wish, I mean, that would be remarkable. And I think the manifesto may have also been in the backpack. If that gets ruled out, who knows what might happen next. But there are still some serious charges he faces. What is the latest on the case and the evidence as it appears right now?
Well, right now, the judge says, okay, for now, the Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney's team, they can proceed apace. They can keep going on those other 9 charges. Those are related to the gun, multiple gun-related charges, a second-degree murder charge, and then a couple of charges related to that forged ID that he used. If you remember, he had that fake New Jersey driver's license that he was using when he was riding his bike around Manhattan. And remember, there's also a federal case that is playing out at the same time. The next hearing in that case, which could carry the death penalty. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty in that case. That next hearing is December 5th.
Very important developments. I know you'll be close to all of them. Anna Schechter, thanks so much.
Hell yeah. Let's see what else we got. Let's see if there's any more. What are the charges on Luigi Mangione? What is Luigi Mangione charged with? Oh, man. Why prosecutors charge Luigi Mangione with terrorism and a judge said no. Wait, let me make this fucking shit's annoying me. I like having more presence for my stupid head over here. New York prosecutors tried to use a 9/11 era terrorism law in their case against Luigi Mangione, but a judge ruled Tuesday that the state anti-terrorist statute doesn't apply to killing the United Health chief executive on a Midtown Manhattan street last year. The judge let murder and other charges stand against Mangione, who also faces a federal murder case in CEO Brian Thompson's death. What Mangione no longer faces in New York State charges of murder as an act of terrorism. If it sounded like an unusual application of a terrorism law, it wasn't a first. Such charges have been brought and sometimes rejected in other cases that weren't about cross-border extremism or a plot to kill masses of people. Here are some things to know about New York's anti-terrorism law. Where did New York's anti-terrorism law come from? State lawmakers passed it in 2001, 6 days after September 11th attacks, saying the state needed legislation that is specifically designed to combat the evils of terrorism. Proponents pointed out that many cases could come via state and local law enforcement officers, not just from federal investigations. Many other states passed similar laws around the same time Congress approved the Patriot Act. What does the law say? Essentially an add-on to existing criminal statutes. It says that an underlying offensive underlying offense constitutes terrorism if it's done with an intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a united government by intimidating or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a unit of government by murder, assassination, or kidnapping. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I wonder what they would have in there. Like, I get vaguely why they tried it, but I don't get what was in there to be like intimidate or coerce a civilian population. Honestly, I think most people didn't get intimidated by this. You know, like honestly, you could call what happened to Charlie Kirk more in line with this. Because it's like if you see a dude getting shot and you find out it's a healthcare CEO got murked, I don't know. I think on the face of it, most people aren't too worried about that. They might sort of look at that as like, oh fuck, this doesn't really happen, and now this happens, and this is crazy. But I don't see, like, I know for me, I see that. I would love if my chat was just filled with Spanish gay guys like this. You reading legal jargon getting me so hot right now, Rojo. Yo, it's Andy the drunk. It's been a while. What's up, Caleb? How you been, brother? All gun laws are infringement. Even if a psycho troon has one, a good guy will stop one better than a gun-free zone sign. Yeah, that's what my favorite thing about people love to get mad about the whole like good guy with a gun thing, and then they'll point to like one time where it didn't work or like it didn't happen or whatever, or they'll point. It's kind of why is it real fucking big like that, and then it gets fucking. Maybe if I make this a little bit tinier. Oh, look at that. Fun stuff. How are we doing this? No, that's annoying. Do that. Now it's thinner. I guess this is a little bit better. I just don't like how tiny my fucking head is over here. Can I make my head a little bit bigger? Oh shit, I can. Look at that. Hey! I didn't realize I could do this. Oh shit. Oh, look at this. I'm up here now. I'm over here now. I'm down here now. I'm over here. I like it over here. What's this? Radius? I'm a little circle guy. What? It's circle time. Look at that. It's circle time. Oh, get out of here. Oh no. Oh no. Guys, we're having fun. We're having fun. Hell yeah. Yeah, dude. It's circle time. What's up? I like that. I like the or wait, do I do it like no. This one though is circle time over here. It's circle time over here, buddy. Look at that shit. God, we're having fun. Do you guys like this? Do you guys even get me? Hell yeah, James. Yes, dude. Don't let it die. I'll open the gates. Open it up. Open it up for me. What are you saying over here? What is unfair for the prosecution is that they can't find a jury that has never been negatively affected by the actions of a health insurance company or hold a. I don't know if that's unfair. I think that's like a hilarious, dark. Wait, how did I customize? Oh yeah, customize it over here. I'm up here now. I like being up here. How do I make this bigger though? Pause. Wait, free moving? What? How's it free moving? What does that mean? Whoa. Holy shit. Let's go back to fixed. Yeah, make that bigger though. There we oh, too big. There we go. Fun stuff over here, guys. Big Red in the morning. Doing the Lord's work. Fun stuff. Fun stuff over here at Big Red in the morning. Doing the Lord's goddamn work. Very loosey-goosey today. Proving the earth is flat. With that cam frame. The earth is flat. This is hilarious. Big Red with the dog spotting a squirrel energy. Yeah, man. Sometimes, sometimes I'm a really smart, eloquent political commentator. Sometimes I'm a big, big dumb idiot. So you wanted to be in a circle, oval type of thing to defend. Yo, James, let it go. Let it go. James. James, you don't know analogies. Let it go. No one cares. So is it not unfair? Court is a chess match. No. I wasn't saying like, I gotta be honest, I don't know if I love the oval. I don't know if I love the oval. Yeah, dude. Box. Maybe a little bit. A little bit's fun. Let's do a little bit. Going back to Slav's comment. I'm not even saying it's not unfair. Like technically it's not unfair, but also like, what also is unfair? Our political justice system. Like I didn't mean to, that probably came off a little cringy the way I said it. But legitimately, like also you have these like complex political complex issues to figure out who is right and who is wrong. And then you're just going to get 12 random people. Like that was a big part of the OJ case. Like DNA was new and it was hard to explain to people. But like the DNA evidence really made a strong argument for OJ being guilty. You know what I mean? So like, having 12 random people try to understand these incredibly complex things. That's why the criminal justice, like, that's why like court proceedings get like, what's the fucking word? They just turn into like who can make the most compelling story, and it's not always based on facts. And then they'll do like random, like they did it to Alex Jones. They'll just have like random parameters that just fuck people over. So they'll just be like, okay, so we're going into this Alex Jones trial. It's understood that he knowingly lied the whole time. And it's like, his whole thing was like, but I didn't. I wasn't lying. I was wrong. So like, it's inherently like a rigged game most of the time. So, you know what I mean? And I don't even know why. Like, I get, there's part of me too. It is kind of me thinking out loud, but it's like, I don't even know why not knowing what happened is important. Like obviously sometimes you learn about the story and you get a bias because of how it was presented to you, but also sometimes you get a bias. It's like how we all assumed Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Now, there's technically no hard evidence for that, but is it like, do I feel bad that people jump to conclusions on Israel? And it's like, hey guys, if you don't want people to assume the worst, stop being the worst. Because that's also too why, also some people may have just heard the news and came to their own conclusion based off the information they got. Now it's time to give them more info. So it's hard to say. It's hard to have a good take on that, just because it's like the criminal justice system is inherently like rigged anyway. But yeah, did not meant unfair, much more difficult for the prosecution. Yeah, true. 12 random people. What was really unfair is that some guy says you don't know what an analogy is because he wanted to compare McDonald's and communism. Jeez. James, I'm not mad you don't know what communism is. I'm not mad. Everyone's allowed to not know what analogies are, I mean. No one who doesn't want to needs to understand analogy. Damn. I thought my chicken strips video would do way better on would go way better on TikTok. Honestly, it should be going way better on Instagram. People are not showing the love. People are not showing love to the chicken strips. I would really like to be a food influencer. I would really like it if more people would help support me in being a food influencer. It would be very nice. It would be really fucking cool. I don't know. I'm from Russia. All right, James. It's getting annoying. Is this my punishment for explaining analogies? That's also an interesting thing about the world. I don't know. Sorry, I was gonna be way too introspective on James. No, but it is funny. It is funny. Damn, did I just drop 10 viewers like that? That was crazy. How the fuck did that happen? Anyway, oh, you know why? You know what? You know why it's not pushing? I just saw your comment, Slav. You know why it's not pushing me instead of mostly cute animals and translated speech? It's the video's like 4 minutes long. I tried to like edit it down. I don't know. It felt better. It felt better for it to be the length it was. Cuz no, Instagram says straight up, they're like, if it's longer than 3 minutes, they're like, we will not recommend this to people. And you're like, why? What does it matter? What does it matter? If you want to be a food influencer, then the next PI Tam has got to be a mukbang. See, I would love to make money off of going to eat food. I don't actually want to be a food influencer because they seem like the absolute worst. And then like when I was editing that video, watching you eat food like that is the worst shit ever. It's the worst shit ever. What else did I want to talk about today? Wait, let me go over to some breaking point stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. They had a whole thing about his Yeah, what is this? Okay, here we go. This is a good video. This is a good interesting video. I apologize to that, guys. I hope you're enjoying today. It's much more loosey-goosey. So I understand. No, don't do that. It's a much more loosey-goosey day, so I understand people not being as into this one. But yeah. Big Red had to have some big drinks last night.
Let's move on to.
But what's this? Cash says Epstein victims trafficked to nobody. Hell yeah, dude. Yo, Cash Patel is he's like uniquely bad in this position he's in now.
Cash Patel, who was testifying in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee yesterday and talked about all kinds of stuff. I mean, everything under the sun, as you can imagine, Ryan. And it was I thought this was actually quite interesting.
Sorry, Slav, I missed your comments about Luigi. They will push Luigi to a grand jury trial, and if it was a normal jury trial and he got exonerated, all the lefty psychos would see it as a green light to start targeting every CEO or business owner. Yeah, that's true. They're definitely, because like the way people I didn't realize there was this many like psycho lefties, like psycho political lefties. And I'm not just talking about your average person who just identifies as your like run-of-the-mill liberal or anything like that. I mean like these passionate Marxist dorks who like they're just like their existence is just dangerous, kind of like the more extreme ones. And I'm not even saying it's like a fuck ton. I'm just saying, I mean, you did see a shitload of people. I did see a shitload of people on TikTok talking like this, all this different kind of stuff. So like, I'm not trying to say it's the whole fucking left because there's a plethora of people on the left that are chill about all this shit. But like the amount that there is more than I would have expected. Who like, I knew there was a bunch of people who had like ridiculous opinions, but it's the type of people that are just freely willing to just be like a violent revolutionary in this way over. And it's like, it's one thing to be willing to be a violent revolutionary if it was like theoretically necessary. Like I'm you know, if it was theoretically necessary to be this like violent revolutionary when it's like, you know, oh, who are you happy who died? A moderate Republican. It's like, that's when you're like, yo, you know what I mean? It's like if Trump was actually triple Hitler, and you did see a lot of like violent responses, it's, you know, it would just, it on its own, you're like, this makes more sense. You know what I mean? But when it's like, you know, when it's like, oh, the moderate Christian Republican got shot, and everyone's just like like you see a bunch of people coming their pants over it, and the way that they're like, you know what I mean? Like, and then honestly too, with like the Luigi Mangione shit, like, it's the just how off base they are. Cause it's not like I sat there and went it's not like I cried over this fucking CEO getting murked. I wasn't like happy about it, but I'm not going to pretend like I cried over it. But these people who they see it's like, it's one thing to believe stupid shit. It's another thing to be super pro, very, it's one thing to believe in dumb shit. It's another thing to support these very stupid things you think will solve the problems. So like, while I'm not shedding a tear over a CEO getting shot, I can like freely acknowledge like this isn't the solution. This will not bring, like, they can't even see. It's not that just they have like ridiculous opinions. They can't even see how bad of a thing it was that Charlie Kirk got shot, or how like nothing good will come from the CEO getting shot. You know what I mean? Like, they can't even see that. They have the horrendous opinions and they go, good, people I don't like are getting shot. And it's like, the fact that they can't see the bigger picture is what scares me. And it's what will make much more bad vibes, or whatever you want to call it. Like, that's the part that fucking wigs me out. The less struggle experience, the crazier the leftist. Yeah, I could see that. It's trendy. Yeah. I was promised triple Hitler Trump by leftoids and very much let down. That's so Slav's like, I was promised triple Hitler. Where's my triple Hitler? Charlie Kirk's death can be almost parallel to someone just killing a comedian. Someone killed someone for simply having conversations and saying words, and people defending a murderer over those. Yeah, and it's just, it's not like, no matter what side you're on, it's like, dude, even like Trump, who like, I probably don't think he's bad for the same reasons like ultra lefties do, but I do think he's a really bad guy. But at the same time, it's like, dude, take emotions out strategically. Like, if you want your shit to get more popular, strategically, you should be upset that Charlie Kirk got murked. You should be upset over the idea that someone's trying to assassinate Trump. Because that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I realized. Like, I'm realizing, like, you really do. You're like, the people who can win the argument in the long run are going to like win. Well, from our standpoint, like people like us, because we don't have the means that the government and stuff does to propagandize and control us. But it's like, when you look at, people on our level talking about politics and stuff, it's like, it's at the end of the day, whoever wins the argument or whoever changes the most minds in a positive direction is going to win the shit. That's just the reality. I don't think a lot of those lefties saw the close-up video. They're just repeating what they saw everyone else getting clout for. That is a huge part of it too. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of Hitler was right videos. Your day may still come. All right, Slav, calm down.
I went and looked at how the right reacted to Patel's testimony, because he's been under real scrutiny from people like Steve Bannon and Chris Rufo since the murder of Charlie Kirk. Rufo questioned whether he was up to this investigation. Bannon has been very, very critical of missteps and what he thinks are inadequacies on behalf of the FBI investigation.
Just the whole dining at some fancy New York restaurant while you're, come on.
Yep, absolutely.
You have a job to do.
Yep, absolutely. And then he, said that there was somebody in custody, and then that person was let go, and all kinds of different questions that have been raised. But Patel just teed off on like Adam Schiff, who's his mortal enemy for, I guess, fair reasons, actually, because Schiff is like trying to destroy Kash Patel. And Patel's been vindicated on like the Nunes memo point going back years. But let's just put all of that aside and dip in to particularly how Patel handled questions about Jeffrey Epstein, which is why I thought, Ryan, it was interesting to see so many people on the right pull out these viral clips of Kash going after Cory Booker, Mazie Hirono, and Dick Durbin. He got a little auto pen one-liner in, and he was going viral on all the sort of usual spaces, even while he's under scrutiny for the Kirk investigation and still, of course, scrutiny from the Epstein investigation that has,
Yeah, that one's very funny. It's like, yeah, we didn't forget about that. And I don't want anyone to. Don't forget about the Epstein shit. Lady got that softball ass voice. Yeah. I don't hate it. Something about her.
Dated back to his Joe Rogan appearance not long ago, which is when he first really started to have people on his own side questioning how he was going to handle this. So let's look at some of these Epstein questions from yesterday.
Right after she gives this testimony in front of an FBI agent, among others, she's transferred to a minimum security prison not suitable for a sex offender like herself. Who made that decision and why?
The Bureau of Prisons.
The Bureau of Decisions made it in
prisons.
You want the American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No, I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of
you're
inmates.
not in the weeds?
What I am doing is protecting this country, providing historic reform, and combating the weaponization of intelligence.
This is why you can't. This is why it's like, it's so annoying. I would like PITM more if Lemaire wasn't so gay about politics all the time. You guys love Lemaire. I hate these comments make me laugh so much. It's like, guys, I see the views when Lemaire's not on the podcast. Don't tell me you guys would like, dude, if Lemaire would just stop. No, you guys are fucking little sluts for Lemaire. Don't fucking. Oh yeah, I did see the kid. I mean, I'm not gonna read that comment, Slav, because you're getting a little too comfy, Slav. Slav, do me a favor. You're up here. I need you down here, champ. I need you down here. When will the world realize that it's because I love him? It makes me mad. Yeah, it's all good. We've been good too about not going crazy on the because I get, like, I love talking politics, but I get what PITM is for you guys. So I mean, we haven't had, it's not like we sat down and had a conversation about it. I think it's just like, because we don't really like do shit like that as often, but like, well, we're not gonna do that about topics on the pod. Be like, this is what we should and should, it's like the pod is a hang. But I think like just we've all kind of sensed it. Like, I get what PITM is for you guys, so I understand. I get not wanting to go crazy politics, but I don't know, dude. Lemaire lives out sometimes. What are you gonna do? You don't listen to Panics for Politics, so who cares? Yeah, he wants to do the right thing without thinking about it. I love him even though his opinions are retarded. Yeah, I mean, that's been our friendship the whole time. I love Lemaire very deeply, even though he doesn't always have the best. But also, too, it's like he would say that about me. You know what I mean? He would say that about me. But, I mean, listen to this week's episode. He, or maybe it was on the Patreon. Or maybe it was, you know what? Maybe it was in private. Maybe he doesn't want me telling you that he was watching Candace Owens. So I won't bring up that Lemaire was watching Candace Owens. But yeah, just know, guys, like Lemaire will come around. No, I just think Lemaire just bought into like the liberal shit, and he hasn't like, and it's the same thing it's the same thing. Most people who's like who's bought into the liberal shit. It's like, just crunch the numbers, figure out the logistics. Your shit's not gonna work. And then, I don't know. If I grew up a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh nerdy black guy, I'd be focused on racial shit too. So like, it's fine. Nothing. It doesn't matter. You're allowed to have bad opinions on politics. Lemaire does indeed lib out sometimes, but he's a teddy bear, so whatever. I think with Lemaire, because Lemaire does have a lot of really good opinions. I think sometimes he gets caught up in the moment. Like, I think a really good example was when we were arguing about Elon Musk, and Lemaire gets caught up in whatever like the current vibe is on things, and he gets caught up in the moment. And it was like, when they were like, Elon Musk is definitely a Nazi. And I'm just like, I know he did the hand motion that looked fucking stupid. And it was stupid he did it. And honestly, he probably should have been like, hey, I didn't mean to do that. I get why people got fucking mad at me. And he probably should have apologized to a degree. But I think, we're not having an intelligent conversation about why Elon Musk sucks if we're getting bogged down and being like, is he a Nazi? And I just go like, dude, what does he believe? And that's what I said to Lemaire on the one podcast. I go, I'll admit, because that's the question I'm asking, no one will answer for me. Is like, I will acknowledge Elon Musk is a Nazi when you show me what he believes lines up with the Nazi party. And I go, I don't think he has those. Now, has he had a few things here and there that are a little bit like, well, he also too at the same time, like, he comes off as a political grifter too, because it's like he annoys me too with all the immigration shit. I've seen him talk a lot of shit about the immigration stuff, and I go, really, South African guy? You know what I mean? Like, you have all the benefits of being an immigrant, and you're just gonna be like, it's all weird. So, but that's like the kind of thing is like, what I'm saying about Elon Musk is very unpopular, but I feel it's right. It's just easy to say Elon Musk is a Nazi because he did a hand motion. But it's like, and then also on top of that, all these people calling him a Nazi, it's like the way you're behaving in your that's the other reason too why I don't buy half this like left-wing shit. I don't buy half of this left-wing shit because I'm always just like, what the fuck? Like, none of you behave in a way that makes me think you actually believe what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like, if you meet a libertarian, more often than not, the libertarian's going to be living his life the best way he can. Because I know a lot of people always go, oh, you think taxation is theft? Don't pay your taxes. You're like, well, it's not. I'm not a hypocrite because I do a thing that won't get me thrown in a cage. Because even though I believe that taxation is theft, I'm also, it doesn't make me a hypocrite that I don't, I said that already, but you know what I'm saying? But like, I see it a lot of times with these like ultra lefty people, and they're afraid the world's going to blow up from climate change. And I just go like, why are you not out? Like, why are you not calling legislators all day, or like, that's all the only thing you talk about? Like Greta Thunberg, or however the fuck you say her name. She's like, oh, the world's going to fucking blow up by the time I'm an adult. But also I'm going to take a quick break on that and talk about Israel-Palestine because that's trendy right now. And it's like, no, if you actually believe the climate change shit the way you say you believe it, it should kind of be the only thing you ever talk about. You know what I mean? Because like, you can't talk about any of these other things. None of these other things will matter if the world's uninhabitable. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's my thing is like, a lot of these people get caught up in the current thing because they have these like social sensors of like, this will alienate me from the in-group. And I think a lot of liberals get caught up with whatever like the in-group thing is, and they don't think critically about the thing, so. Nate loves Rachel Dolezal. It's no surprise Lemaire watches Candace. I didn't say he does. I don't know why you're saying that. No, I think on all jokes aside, I think it was just like the last episode, because the last episode about the Charlie Kirk shit was crazy. But Lemaire's not like every day watching Candace. I was just trying to be funny. People get told the Democrats are the good guys and just go with it for dude. Because like a lot of politics, tarted in an. It's so funny. Tarted in an analogy, I say. You coming back, James? I'm loving you. I'm loving you now. Sometimes he has wild opinions. He's really good at sticking to his guns. Yeah, Lemaire will do a thing where you're like, I know he's a guy who could pass a lie detector, because like I've seen Lemaire say shit, and he only really does this in the midst of an argument, because Lemaire's more concerned about not losing the argument than he is about being right or wrong. So like he'll be like, this is, and it's not a good, I tried to tell him to stop doing that, because it's not a good skill to have, where you go, this is, you dig your heels into one thing and then you're just like, I'm just gonna stay on that. It's like, no, that's why you need to promote polite, like respectful arguments, because the problem is a lot of times people will dig their heels in, and then if someone admits that they're wrong, then other people will pounce on them. That's why no one wants to like fucking admit that they're wrong when they're actually wrong. So it's like, if someone actually admits they're wrong, don't be like shitty about it, unless you could bust their balls if they were shitty earlier. But Lemaire's problem is like, he'll have the opinion, and I've had enough arguments with it that I'm like, I'm a Lemaire expert. Now, I didn't say that right. I'm a Lemaire expert though, because like I've been there many a times where I'm arguing with him, and then you just see it on his eyes, and he's like, oh, he knows he's wrong. He knows he's wrong, because his arguments get way more ridiculous. Like I've done it with him when I'm arguing with him about wrestling. He's cool and calm because he's right most of the time, because Lemaire knows everything about wrestling. But then when it's other shit that he doesn't fully know, they start, it's more pivots. A lot of girl behavior. Lemaire's a woman. No, fucking with you guys. I love him. Lemaire sticks to his guns but can never admit he picked up a wrong opinion. Well, you know what it is? Lemaire Hail Marys all of his opinions. Sometimes he needs to do a short pass or a run play. He Hail Marys all of his opinions. And it's like, you need to slow roll some of them. Hating on Elon is weird to me. He's a space nerd who wants to go to Mars. That's about it. I mean, if that's all it was, I would agree with you. But I think Elon's whole thing is way more than that, because he's a space nerd, because he wants to basically reconfigure society. Like I was listening to him talk on Rogan about, it's like, but like Rogan was asking him, they're like, what about the Tesla's this? Like, oh, the batteries aren't everywhere. The charging stations aren't everywhere. And he's like, oh, kind of, if you have an empty battery, it takes you like 30 minutes to fill it up. And then Elon's response is like, well, people are just going to have to get used to that. And like, he didn't say it's shitty, but I think that is kind of like, wait, so it's like, he's this dude who wants to completely reform he has decided that like A, B, and C, A, B, C, D, E, F, all of the different, that's all the letters I know. No, he's decided that all these things are how the world should be. And so he's just basically like imposing his will in a very annoying way, and it's not just, oh, nerd wants to go to space. It's nerd gets a bunch of our money to try to go to space, or to completely change the landscape of vehicles, or, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be one thing if he was just doing it with his own money, but he gets all these like government grants all the time and all shit like that. So, and then on top of that, it's like, who, like, Teslas weren't that popular. You know what I mean? So it's kind of been like, and they're still not that, they're more popular, but they're not that popular still. And so it's just kind of like, it'd be one thing if it was just a nerd doing nerd shit. It's a nerd imposing his will upon the world. It's annoying. It's annoying that like the world has to be slightly askewed because Elon feels A, B, and C about things. That's the annoying part. Lemaire's never met me, has met me many times. Why has he never called me? I don't know if he knows who he's meeting. If you'll lie on your Diablo. Oh yeah. Well, that was also too like the being the richest man in the world and like lying that you're the best at Diablo. It's like I don't know. I try not to make a mountain out of a molehill, but that one's fucking weird. I got to be honest. That one's fucking weird to me. Like that's like it's that clip, the clip of Shane talking about it. I thought he was just kind of like spot on where it's like it's one thing if it's like just you and your friends, but lying about video games like that when you're the richest man in the world and you're literally making spaceships. And then on top of that, you have to be and then on top of that, like the obsession with like he has to be cool and he's the least cool person in the world. So think about it. Like if you're the richest guy in the world, one of your big concerns is you have to be cool. You have to be cool. And the vast majority of the world does not think you're cool, which is hilarious because it's like everyone was like, yo, we like your spaceships and cars and stuff. But he's like, no, you also have to think I'm cool. So how does he get the world to think he's cool? He has to basically do his best to manipulate the perception on him from the world. You know, so the incentives are there. The incentives are there for him to do some like weird, shady shit. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, he's a gay nerd, but who cares? I want space travel. Yeah, and I gotta be honest too. This whole we're gonna repopulate, we're gonna send everyone to Mars and repopulate Mars or whatever the fuck he says. Not repopulate. Does he say repopulate? Because I don't think that's the right term. Because it would imply, I mean, unless he thinks there were people there, which I don't know if there were. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like, space travel's cool. I don't know if that's the most important thing right now. I got to be honest. I don't know if that's the most important thing we do. That's fun if you want to do it, but yeah. It's just the left hand up slated. G is really K. What? Dude, James is gonna ride this thing into the ground till the wheels fall off, brother. If I didn't have kids, I would pay taxes or get licenses and I'd be in jail. Hell yeah. Don't be in jail. Nothing makes me laugh harder than a Lemaire. Nah. Oh, that's how you trigger me. That well, that, you know what it is? That's really Lemaire's it's not even the bad takes. It's the cockiness with the bad takes. Which I got to say, I don't know how much he's done that to me anymore. I think it's because like, and that's why Lemaire told me this a while ago. It's why he liked me. He liked me from day one. He was like, yeah, no one wants to argue with me like Andy. It's like, yeah, dude. Because I'm not just going to like, I don't know. I got this like weird, like my tism is about truth. That's why I'm into all this fucking gay ass shit. Because my tism, my brand of the tism is like truth and accuracy. And like, I'm really bad. If someone says something that's just like wrong or misrepresenting the moment, like I do it all the time. I get so nasty with Pat when we play. That Munchkin game at the Creek. I don't know if you guys ever play. It's a card game called Munchkins. It's like if they turn the way they've described it, it's like, I just know it's a game I like playing, but everyone describes it as like if you took D&D and turns it into a card game. But Pat will do this thing because he's still new to Munchkins and he's still like, he gets the rules for the most part, but he's still like rocky on certain things. And like Pat will do this thing all the time where he'll have, I remember he bugged the shit out of me recently over it. I also don't care anymore as much now, so it like doesn't bother me. It's like bothers me in the moment, but I don't like hold on to it as long. But oh yeah. Pat'll do this thing where he like he clearly, and it's not, this is why I always laugh when people do stuff like this. It's like no one's mad at you for not understanding the rules. You're new to the game. We have fun playing with you. It's fun to play with you. But then Pat will do this thing. And by the way, I'm not trying to be over. I'm not like shitting on my friends. I know I do crazy shit all the time. So I'm not saying I'm perfect and they're flawed. I'm also a retard like them. But no, Pat will do this thing where he'll like not have a strong understanding of the game and then bring up something. And then when you go to explain the rules to him, but he doesn't agree with them, he would get like shitty with you. He would get a little bit like he would start correcting you or be like, no, you don't understand. It's like, no, Pat, you literally don't understand the rules yet, which is fine. I don't know why you're getting so cocky right now, you know? And it's, I get very short with people when I'm like, we know you guys we know what's happening right now. Just stop. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I don't know. I feel bad because I feel like I'm shitting on Pat. I don't care. Outside of this conversation, I don't care. I'm just explaining things. But that's where Lemaire gets fucked up, where he does like he needs to understand how, because he's right about a lot of things, but I don't know if he appreciates how much he's wrong about. And actually, that's probably a similar thing with Pat, but Pat's not as flagrant as Lemaire. But that's what makes them hilarious and beautiful. So I'm hesitant to really want to change them too much. You know what I mean? Because I think that's also not, like, that's the other part is like, you kind of got to accept where people are at. And then it's like, maybe you need to, because that's what I learned about the things that annoyed me about my friends is I would let them bug the shit out of me till I went fucking crazy about it. And I would have all these fights in my head. And then at a certain point, I got to go like, you know, it's like I'm trying to put too many controls on life, which is then allowing me to get super mad at them. It's like maybe I need to let them be them and accept certain realities and let things go. And honestly, it's like when I see people like getting mad over Lemaire's bad opinions, I go like, I mean, after a certain point, you guys got to just like go with the flow. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he has bad opinions or he's wrong. You know, it's like have the conversation, tell him he's wrong, but it's like the way people get mad about it. It's like this is becoming a you thing. And it goes back to the people getting mad at, you know, bad comedy or comedy they don't like. You know, it's one thing to go like, oh, I saw this, that fucking sucks. It's another thing to make it your thing and hyper focus on it. You know what I mean? So like, it's one thing to be like, haha, Lemaire's dumb. It's another thing to be like, dude, we would get dudes in the Discord, or there was one dude in the Discord who wrote like 3 full paragraphs because Lemaire was quote unquote wrong about the tariffs. And it's like, after a certain point, you're not understanding the vibe here. And you're not understanding the vibe. You're not letting people be people. You're not letting Lemaire be Lemaire. Because he's like, at the end of the day, he's not a bad person. He's not a bad person. So like, just let him be. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's one thing. And this is kind of like my thing on a lot of stuff, why people's behavior annoys me. Because I go like, you're not, just accept life for what it is. You know what I mean? So it's like people want to control things too much. They don't want to accept where we are. You know, brother, we're just on a fucking rock flying through the universe. But for real though, people want to control too much shit, and that's kind of bringing it back to politics. That's where like a lot of political shit gets fucked up because everyone just wants to control everything, and they don't want to accept. You know, they don't want to accept reality. I don't know. They don't want to let just people be. They don't want to just let people live and let live. Yes, Elrad. It's Lemaire's world. We're just living in it. But honestly, too, we kind of are. Because like nothing. That's what I love. That's why Lemaire's one of my favorite guys, and it's why it's like it's like why I don't boil people down to their political opinions. Because if I did that, I'd have no friends. You know what I mean? But that is one of the most admirable things. That's one of the things I love the most about Lemaire is it's like he's gonna be him no matter what. And sometimes it's to a fault, and sometimes it's one of the most beautiful scenes you've ever seen. All right, James, this is actually becoming sad. It's becoming sad. I'm living rent free in your head, buddy. Still making EV viable. He might be imposing, but on the grand scale of things, I'm pretty sure his contribution to society is way more positive. Yeah, I don't know if that's true though. You know what I mean? Because like I was just listening to a thing on like the EV production. And it was just like, you know, if I'm no expert on the EV production, but like the promise, I guess with all the shit they have to do with like cobalt mines and all the slave labor they do for that. And, you know, it's like the process of like getting cobalt and making these batteries and shit like that for these EVs is actually probably causing like by the time you get the car, you will not offset the carbon footprint of it throughout the use of the car. And I think that's what people don't realize is like the production of these EVs is not, you know what I mean? It's like throughout the production process for these cars and shit like that, I don't think it's like being this net positive to the world. So that's the other thing too. It's just like, who is he to say that he's the guy making the world a better place? You know what I mean? Like who's to say the electronic shit is the, like people just accept and assume that the electric shit is where we have to go. You know what I mean? It's I guess when it comes to a lot of the electric and the fossil fuel shit, I'm no expert on it, but from what I've learned, it's way more of a debate than people realize. It's not this clear cut like fossil fuels bad, electric good. You know, and then on top of that, a lot of the what am I trying to say? I lost my thought. Guys, he's actually autistic though. He's like painfully smart. Aren't all those guys Jason Bateman level of ego? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Forget clean water and Flint. Fuck space. Yeah, right. James is Lemaire's burner account. Truth is my autism would be a fucking hilarious shirt. Yeah, dude. That's Alex Jones' slogan. Yeah, dude. I'm the libertarian Alex Jones. That's what they call me. To be fair, Lemaire was so wrong on the tariffs. No matter how much Shane dumped it down for him. I mean, I'll give him. I don't really know about all that. The tariff thing was very complicated for me to understand, so I tapped out on that a while ago. James, are you that? James, did I hurt your feelings? I genuinely don't care that you don't know analogies. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, James. This is starting to get weird. You know what's funny too? James is being like a little it feels like elementary school and you're a girl who has a crush on me, but you found out I don't feel the same way. And I know for a fact if I ever get to meet you in person, you're gonna be the nicest guy ever to me. So I don't know what the little fucking, I don't know, Jay. I'm sorry. Dude, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, dude. I'm sorry. If putting tariffs on other nations is bad, why is it not bad when they do it to us? Shane to Lemaire or Lemise just being a blind contrarian. Well, that is his problem. He contrarians out a good amount. Wait, what did Shane say to him? If putting tariffs on other nations is bad, why is it not bad when they do it to us? Oh, yeah. You know what it is? Lemaire has a problem with he goes with his emotions often. And then, which I think when you have an emotional reaction to certain things, it's not something you definitely don't want to ignore. But I think if you go too deep into that, it can get you, what am I trying to say? It can get you fucked up. I'm talking about Lemaire too much. What is this? Mojo 3453. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm probably talking about Lemaire. I don't want any of this to come off like I'm shitting on Lemaire. Because it's like I'm not passionate. James, I love you. I'm gonna see if I can put you in snooze because this is actually getting incredibly annoying. Here we go. Timeout. I'm gonna give you 30 minutes. There you go, buddy. Yeah, it's a lot, buddy. I love you to death. I appreciate you watching. It's just the look at me is getting annoying. But yeah. So a little bit of a timeout. Lemaire rules. I love Lemaire. Everyone should love Lemaire. Lemaire's the man.
Intelligence by the likes of you. And
oh yeah, and this was almost as good as those delicious golden and crispy chicken strips from Bill Miller's, accompanied by their amazing thick cut fries and a golden buttery roll. PvP, I wouldn't watch my video though. I wouldn't watch the video, dude. You're gonna get let down. I'm so sorry, PvP. You're gonna get let down. Don't watch the video. And James, I'm not mad at you. It's just I've done this to Slav before, and I'm not kicking you out. I've done this to Slav before. It's like the constant posting. It becomes a very look at me thing. So it's just when it gets a little annoying and too much, I gotta calm you down and put you in timeout. Did I miss the chicken strips? No. Here, actually, that's a good one to pivot to. Let me show you I'll pull up the chicken strip video for everyone because I made it. That's why the stream started late. Hell yeah.
Build a website you love.
That's why the stream fucking started late.
With Wix.
Shut the fuck up, Wix. No one asked you. That's why the stream started late. Came back just in time for I love Nate too. Nate doesn't get enough love, but he is on Matt and Shane all the time, so he is fine. Yeah, Nate's the man. Lemaire and Nate are they're literally two of my favorite dudes. Like when it comes to dudes, they're like my favorite dudes. They're my favorite guys. I love them so much. Okay, let me put this up to. Actually, I could just full screen it. All right, I'm gonna full screen it here. You guys can get the chicken fingies. It's 4 minutes. I'll be back. All right, here's what we're doing today. So you guys know, everyone knows, I'm Andy. I originally posted this to like TikTok and shit, so that's why it's like that. I apologize for the aspect ratio. But anyway, let me play this, and I'll be back. All right, here's what we're doing today. So you guys know, everyone knows, I'm Andy Malfrey, and I host one of the greatest morning shows in the world, Big Red in the Morning, most day on Twitch and YouTube. And the one day we were chitting and chatting, we were talking about the news, we were talking about current events, we were talking about food. And one of my devoted fans in the chat, I think his name is like King Panda or something like that, he was like, Big Red, you know what you got to do? And I look at him and I go, fucking nothing. I don't got to do fucking shit. I don't want to do. And he's like, Big Red, calm down. I'm talking about chicken strips. I go, I'm listening. So he goes, you ever hear this place, Bill Miller's? I go, no. He goes, you got to go to Bill Miller's. Again, I don't got to do what I don't want to fucking do. He goes, if you go to Bill Miller's and eat these chicken strips, you're going to have a great time. I go, I got chicken strips at home. He goes, trust me, you want these chicken strips. And I go, trust me, you got to give me $20 and then I'll go get chicken strips from Bill Miller's. And he, you know what he said? He said, bet. So we're on our way to go to Bill Miller's to get chicken strips and tell you how I feel about them. There we go. There it is. Billy Mills. You best have some good strips. There's a lot riding on this. You fucks. You better have good strips, Bill Miller. I could be door dashing right now. I could be door dashing making $12 an hour. But I'm eating your strips for content, you sons of bitches. How you doing? Can I get number 4? You're here to go? To go, please.
Anything else for you?
No, just the tenders.
Nice tonight.
I got it to go. I'm scared to talk in front of these people. So I'm gonna go eat it in my car like a true food influencer. So let's see what's going down with these chicken strips. So I just ordered it straight up. I don't know if there's like a special way to get it. I said, you give me the chicken strips. We'll figure out all the rest. Way too many napkins. I appreciate that. Actually, no, 4 napkins. Solid amount of napkins. So here we go. This is what you get. Good looking strips. Get a little bit. Ooh, thick roll. I like that. Thick roll. Me and my boy Pat George, we're streaming on the Big Red in the Morning channel. We were teasing that because in the pictures on the Bill Miller website, this does look, and Bill Miller's, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. On the website, your food looks like dog shit. Whoever you paid to take the pictures does not love you guys. The food looks like dog shit on the website. And one thing I did notice is now the fries are thick cut, but you don't get a lot. Right here, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got 12 fries. So these are gonna have to taste good. Because even though they're thick cut, 12's not a big number. And some of these are, I just counted fries individually. Some of these aren't that big. Not a bad fry. I've had this fry before, but not a bad fry. Here, I'm guessing this is gravy, which I do like. I do like a fast cash environment where I can involve myself in some gravy. So let's try that. I like it. It's thick. It's thick. Look at that. Look at that. How was your prom night? Let's try the dinner roll. That's another fun one. I just go to a drive-thru and get a dinner roll. That's nice. That's good gravy. Bill Miller, you make a good gravy. I'm so scared right now. This is a brand new white shirt. Second day I've ever worn it, and I'm already a food influencer. I'm so scared right now. Let's try the fry and the gravy. It's good. It's good gravy. That's not bad. All right, so what do we do on the chicken? Do we do chicken and gravy or chicken clean? Because I think the best way to try it is like a dry strip. So we got the chicken. Let's do it clean. I mean, I'm not mad about it. I'm pretty happy I didn't spend my own money on this. I mean, it's good. I'm in a better mood than I was. You know what it is? It's like good, but like live a little, Bill Millers. Don't let these honkies scare you. I'm not mad about it, but it's not blowing my dick off. And you get all this for $8.99 or whatever the fuck it was. That's not their fault. That's inflation. All of it's like a solid 7, maybe 6. I don't know. All right, so I'm keeping a buck. Bill Miller's not the worst shit in the world. Let me put it this way. Bill Miller's, there's definitely worse shit out there. Also, I'm wearing the same shirt. This is embarrassing. You guys tell I just grabbed the shirt I was wearing and fucking just throw that bitch on. But yeah, there we go. That's my Bill Miller take. Hopefully you guys like it. Hopefully you guys fuck with it. All right, here's what we're doing today. So let's get into some Candace Owens shit, because I what did I title this? Candace Owens goes off Luigi Mangione. It's crazy how many views she's getting on this shit.
Well, that has never happened before.
Well, that has never happened before. My friend getting shot in the head. Sorry, that's inappropriate. I'm sorry. She goes live too, right? Suspect church. Something isn't right. Yeah, it's crazy. Dude, even before this, she's like averaging 1 million a fucking episode. It's crazy how many people watch Candace Owens. Yeah, Bill Miller's I've had better. Yeah, it's true, dude. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I know it meant a lot to PvP, King Pandar, whatever his fucking name is on wherever. I don't know what to say, dude. It just didn't hit me. It was it's the problem with it's the problem with a lot of fast food. God. Dude, I was hammered last night on Megyn Kelly's fucking Instagram. I'm just like, yo, Megyn Kelly is so hot. Megyn Kelly is, I think Twitter's the better place for Candace Owens shit, actually. Let me pull that up real quick. I wish I had bigger monitors. If you guys could send me some money for bigger monitors. Yeah, I mean, this would be a good time to... Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, brother. Davey Havoc on Hard Lore. I'm so excited for that.
Changes everything. This is...
Hey, I'm over here now. Yeah, dude. Davey Havoc on Hard Lore rips so hard. Although I do get bummed out. They are... It's one of my favorite podcasts because I love hardcore music and everything, but I do get bummed out over the corny, extreme lefty shit you see with these guys sometimes. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I'm sure I've been on the other end of it. And I know also too, like, they don't give a shit. You know what it is? I'm such a big fan of their shit, especially too, like, I think Colin's really funny. And I like his bands, but I'm like way more like Harm's Way is one of my favorite bands right now. And it's just, you know what it is for a guy like me who it's like, I disagree with a lot of these dudes, but at the end of the day, it's like, that's not what I talked about before. It's not what I boil human beings down to. So it's like, I don't care. So like, I see something like this, the only turning point that matters. And I just go like, ooh, it's not great, but I'm not gonna stop listening to the pod. I just go like, that's not great, dude. But it's also whatever. It's the thing that always bums me out is when I see some of these bands and I find out how the way that, like, okay, great example that actually you guys may not know, you may not be hip to any of this shit, but I was talking about it on my TikTok. Yeah, TikTok's a good place to follow me if you guys want extra Andy opinions. But there's this dude, what's his name? I always forget his name. Oh yeah, Craig Reynolds. He does the Downbeat podcast. And he used to be in the band. I can't think today. I might need another coffee. If I'm trying to do fucking 3 or 4 hours. But no, he used to be in the band Stray from the Path. And like some of their lyrics are the most over the top lefty bullshit you've ever heard. I'm sorry, that was rude. I say that respectively. But you know, they're doing the thing where it's like good night alt-right, and then it's like, oh, anyone who's slightly right of middle is a alt-right Nazi or whatever. And it's like shit like that. But then he's also mature enough to have conversations with people who have different opinions. So it's like, you have fucking dorks online. You have these dorks online who see the lead singer of Kubicon liking one pro-Trump post. And now that's the shit that drives me fucking nuts. You see, and it's, you know, I say this as a guy, I'm a huge Kubicon fan. But like the thing, like, it's not just the fact that it's like, I like their music. It's like when you actually, you know, in a world where, dude, roll the dice, your favorite band probably raped a chick or some shit like that. Like, that's the world we live in. Or like your favorite band groomed someone or did some weird shit that you're just like, oh, I wouldn't hang out with that guy. Just roll the dice. That's likely to happen. Dude, sorry, I'm going off on tangents because I was just thinking about it a bunch yesterday because I saw these guys. I was at Dollar General and I saw these guys walk in. And they all dressed up like they were trying to be like in some weird SoundCloud R&B group. And they all had these like weird shiny masks that they were wearing to the side. They just looked like they were about to shoot a music video for the worst song ever written. And then I see them going in. I go like, that's not a person I want to be near. They just suck so much ass. I was like, their energy, like they weren't saying anything. Their energy was just making me fucking my skin crawl. And then their energy was making my skin crawl. And then like they left the Dollar General about the same time I'm leaving. And I'm getting into my car and I'm just watching them like on their phones, no look, just slowly crossing the parking lot, just having a bunch of cars wait. And then where this Dollar General is it's off of a busy road. So there's a line that always builds up to like get onto the road, especially if there's cars trying to take a left. And so there's this like line of cars, and then these dudes pull out, and then they just go around the cars and then hop into the track, just being the fuck in every single moment these dudes existed around me. They were constantly the worst human beings I've ever been around. And I could tell that I'm like, they're just gonna be in a band that they're gonna be like they're in some weird boy band, and they're gonna be like posting positivity and blah 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 blah. And it's just like it just reminded me how like everyone in the and that's why it always makes me laugh when you have these like Slav, I'll give you this one. You got lucky on that. Racist broken clocks right twice a day. You got lucky on that one. But no, and it's just like it just reminded me you had to substitute the gravy for barbecue sauce, botched attempt. I mean, I still tried the dried tender PvP. I still tried the dry tender. And here's the thing. I loved the gravy. It could have used a little bit more of a kick, but I loved the gravy. I love the gravy. Is the dentist Indian? Yeah, I knew you were going to pick up on that. They were crossing slowly. Whatever, Slav. You got this one right. But no, it's just like watch. But it's like, honest, but also too, I'm talking about rapists in the music industry. A bunch of them are fucking white, Slav, so chill the fuck out. But no, for real though, it just reminded me about how like everyone in the music industry is just this like fucking stupid fake phony. And when you finally get a dude like Craig Reynolds who's trying to be a real motherfucker and go, I'm not just gonna get on the bandwagon of like fucking being closed-minded and hating on people and shit like that. I'm actually going to like talk to people and understand people are more than just their political beliefs. And I'm going to talk to fucking Kublai Khan. I'm going to talk to Solar to Prevail and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, and then he's doing the right, whether you agree with him or not, he's doing the right thing. And then you just see these people, these ignorant people just shit on him. I go, he's the only one doing the right thing. You know, so then it's like as much as it then it goes back to the hardlore guys, and as much as I fuck with their shit and stuff like that, as much as I fuck with their shit, when I see them post certain things, you know, just, and I'm not like offended, but it's just like, shit. You know what I mean? Like even that's what made me happy after the Charlie Kirk thing happened. And then the lead singer of End It, one of my favorite punk bands, and he had a moment where he was like, I don't care about the guy, but any of you people celebrating it are fucking demented. Or he said something like that. And I was like, cool. Because it's like, you know, I don't need, because most bands I listen to have probably different politics. I don't need my bands to have the same politics. There's sort of this like philosophical outlook on life that a lot of the bands I like just it's completely a 180 on mine, to the point where I go like, man, it makes me, it just bums me out. Cause I go like, man, these guys would probably fucking hate me. You know, like if they ended up finding out about me and then they watched like a review and stuff like that. And I know you're not supposed to like care or whatever, but I feel passionate about these fucking dudes. So like, it does bum me out. Like it's this weird thing where it's like, I'm a big fan of this podcast, but it like bums me out to know that if they actually like met me, they may just fucking think I'm a total dickhead. But at the end of the day, you got to do you and shit. And I do, but I'm not going to act like I'm not a fucking human being. I would just hope that even though it's like one thing to do shit like this because you know it'll get some attention online, but it's another thing to be like, I don't know, hopefully on a person to person level. And I don't know if this comes off as a little embarrassing for me, but I just fuck with music in a big bad way. So like, and music always made me, you know, you always feel weird, and then you hear music that just makes sense to you, so you feel less alone and shit and stuff like that. So it's like this thing that helps me not feel as alone is then gonna ostracize me. And I'm not saying it's happened. I can just see it happening. Now, some of that might be me worrying too much or giving too much of a fuck, but that's where I'm at. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. That's just where I'm at. So that's what kind of bugs me out. But at the end of the day, they're like some of the best at interviewing people, and they're very informative and they're very interesting. So yeah, I like I always say that, like, no one's got to have the same politics as me. It's just I think there's a lot of people out there that claim open-mindedness that are not like, so there's a lot of people out there that claim open-mindedness, but what they really mean is what I think is the only way to think. So if you think of the opposite of what I think, it means you're closed-minded. When in actuality, true open-mindedness needs to be paired with humility. True open-mindedness needs to be paired with humility, because it's like, at the end of the day, the odds that you're right about everything are very low. You need to like you should approach the day with the thought of like, am I wrong about everything? It's like there should always be a sense of like questioning it, to the point where like, so when you get so up your own fucking ass about certain types of things, and then you feel the right to ostracize people just because they disagree with you, you need the maturity and humility to understand that that's like a really shitty behavior. And that's the thing I worry about with a lot of bands I like and people in those music scenes and stuff, is they claim fake. It's a lot of like they're open-minded they're open-minded posers. That's really what it is. That's really what it is. That is the lead singer of AFI. Yes. A lot of these people are open-minded posers. Because when you get someone like Charlie Kirk, I see you guys talk about Charlie Kirk, and I was talking about their like turning point joke they made. When you see someone like Charlie Kirk, you're like, Charlie Kirk's actually way more open-minded than all you guys, because he has this very passionate beliefs, but he's willing to talk to everyone in a peaceful, calm way. And it's like, at the end of the day, all you have on Charlie Kirk what am I trying to say? At the end of the day, all you have on Charlie Kirk is bad opinions and a shitty tone. And, if that's all you have, it's like, dude, and that's why you're happy he's dead, and that's why you're cracking. Because it's like, it's one thing to make a joke. It's another thing to be like, no, I'm happy he died. So it's like, it's presented in a joke, but if your message is, I am happy he died, it's like, because jokes, like, there's jokes that you make that are just like, you take in the information and then you realize the funny thing to say. It's another thing to just go like, no. The reason I'm smiling and laughing is because of his death, So that's where some of those like, and everyone can make whatever joke they want, but that's why some of those come off in poor taste. And then it just like bums me out to find out, certain people in this avenue that I love have such a, philosophical, like their philosophical outlook on life comes off as morally corrupt. Now, I don't know these guys personally, and I pray to God I'm wrong. That's the other thing I'm saying. I pray to God I'm wrong. But that's just like the thing I worry about. I know Colin's a little more passionate about this stuff, and I feel like Bo would be more chill about it. But either way, it's a thing I worry about, but I pray to God I'm wrong. And also, I'm also a very open-minded. I'm patient. If you guys ever want to come around, and I don't know, you know what? I gotta, let's move on to like actually watching the clip, because I'm putting on a lot of assumptions that I don't know to be true. If I were to be a betting man, they would be true. But anyway, that's my dissertation about why it would make me sad if these two men I never met didn't like me. Anyway, I'm normal and well-adjusted. I'm guessing it was it's so funny. I'm guessing it was a black guy and an Eastern European making a hip hop video. You can really see the demonic people based off the response to Charlie's death. Yeah. Me and my music is same as sports and athletes' their opinion. Well, I don't know. I'm not a big shut up and dribble guy. Because it's like, they'll be like, they actually say that in the music with like a lot of people debating music shit. They say that with music shit a bunch, where it's like, if you've never been in a band, you can't. You're like, no, I can comment on whatever I want. It's just I have to be humble and understand what I know and what I don't know. Hell yeah, dude. Charlie Charlie Kirk was not shot. Blood pack magic. Hell yeah, brother. That is the lead singer of AFI. Yeah, I'm going to have to remember that. A lot of these people are open-minded posers. Not all open-minded people have the same amount of understanding they expect from others. Well, a lot of people who claim open-mindedness are not actually open-minded. Hey, what's up, brother? What's up, brother? We were chatting a bunch the one time you were on here. Event was designed to divide and conquer. That's sadistic. Andy, you're so fucking wholesome, you know. The Big Red just wants peace and love. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I am just like a gay bitch simp. You know? I know I have this big, tough, evil, scary exterior. I am just I'm capable of violence. I'm capable of protecting my flock or whatever the fucking gay shit you're supposed to say. But I don't know. I think I'm kind of a teddy bear at the end of the day. Haters went for Hulk as well. Bots? I don't know. Anyway, let's watch this clip.
All these records that we're talking about right now, no one ever talked to me about these records. There was no press until Sing the Sorrow.
Black Sails.
In the Sunset.
Jade's in the band now.
Yeah.
This changes everything. This is like the AFI sound is reborn here.
The AFI sound is born.
How collaborative is this turning point?
Hugely collaborative.
Okay.
Adam and I had known Jade for years, and I knew what a phenomenal songwriter he is. He had his acoustic guitar, and he came with an idea.
Do you remember what it was?
Yeah.
Malleus?
Yeah, it was Malleus. He played, it was just the chorus, and he had, "We all began to burn." He had that lyric too, so I didn't write that word.
Oh, wow.
That was his. He doesn't get credit for that lyric.
But he didn't go, aha! And that's why you get the credit.
All these records.
That's so funny. Yeah, I also too, I get bummed out thinking that these guys think I'm a dickhead or like these guys wouldn't fuck with me just because I'm like, I'd love to interview Colin and Bo. They just seem like chill dudes. I just hope they don't get caught up in a lot of that like political shit that fucks people up. But yeah, like I said, hopefully I'm wrong. Yeah, Davey Havoc fucking rules. I'm so excited for that podcast. He was just talking about describe the process as kind of gay. Again, just shut up and see, I disagree with that. I disagree with that 100%. I love hearing him talk about it. I love hearing him break down how that shit happens. I think it's so fucking interesting. This Tucker Carlson video is going viral. Tucker Carlson.
Very destructive.
So Tucker Carlson reveals that Charlie Kirk told him many times in private that he did not like Benjamin Netanyahu. He says Kirk saw Netanyahu. By the way, Shadow of Ezra. I was joking about this the other day. Really cringy name, great account. He says Kirk saw Netanyahu as a destructive force and was horrified by the children being killed in Gaza under his leadership. Kirk believed Netanyahu was draining the lifeblood of the United States to serve his own ambition in his country. Carlson says Kirk's Israel donors tormented him until the day he died. I believe that. Let me I'm going to put on, you know what, since I was talking about Craig having
podcast. My guests this week are Eric English and touring, working at Hot Topic. It's Kubla Khan on the Downbeat podcast.
Again.
Yeah. Also, Craig Reynolds has the coolest voice. I don't know what an analogy is, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. No way, that's Davey Havoc. That's definitely Davey Havoc, brother. I blame Josh Adam Myers for my stance above. Josh Adam Myers doesn't like hearing musicians talk about that. I like hearing people talk about the process because I want to understand what their fucking heads, where their mindset was at on certain things. I don't know. I find that stuff interesting. Like, and I like when people get very specific and like very nerdy about the process. That's my bias. I don't know. I find it interesting when people don't want to hear that. I don't know. You wrote that really cool thing that means a lot to me. How'd you do that? Hearing Josh Adam Myers talk about it made me hate it. Oh, like Josh Adam Myers talk about the process? Yeah, talking about it's like the process for a joke. Talking about the joke process can come off a little hand jobby. I don't want to. I will say this. I think more professional comedians might need to talk about it on podcasts just for the sake of other comedians. Because I don't know. I worry newer comics, and this could just be old man talking about it, but I do worry some newer comics, because going viral on social media is such a big proponent of stand-up now. I don't know if newer comics obsess over the process the way people like me and before did. Because you didn't have that. There was like podcasts, but even when I started a podcast, it was just a big focus was just like, oh, I just have to get good at this. There wasn't this thing where, you had to be someone like Pete Davidson got big, but that was just based off of like, people fucked with him. They realized like they had something here at the time and yada, yada, yada. And it was just like a perfect storm, and he got fame. And, you'd have a couple people get famous, but it wasn't like, there wasn't just these people now who come out of nowhere who are now, they have like 100,000 followers and shit like that before they even figured out how to do comedy. So there was much more of a focus on, there was a much bigger focus when I was younger on like, well, all you had was just being good at it. Now you can go viral on social media, and that's taking attention away from getting good at comedy. So I do think it would be beneficial if there were more pros online talking about the process. I did see a clip. I think I talked about this before, but I did see a clip of like a bunch of 4-year comics just talking about the comedic process, and I go, you guys don't need to do this. This is the word, and I say that from personal experience. I remember what the fuck? Okay. Sorry. I got an email that said something was blocked. Oh, the Tyler Robinson text. Yeah, I wanted to pull that one up too. Hey, James is back. What's up, brother? Oh yeah. I just think a lot of comics don't. I get worried a lot of comics don't. Oh no, I was saying about the it was like 4-year comics talking about the process, and I was like, I just laughed because I was like, dude, I remember doing that on podcasts when I was younger. You think you know shit, and you're really just repeating things you've heard other comics say. But yeah, here I'm gonna play. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna make another cup of coffee.
This won't be in here. You thirsty? Look at straight off the bat, Mr. Monster.
Yeah.
What can I get you?
A Monster.
What, from the bar of Monster?
Yeah.
I should have probably got you one. What are you having?
Wow.
A regular?
Oh yeah. Whatever the fuck else I got. Yeah.
Monster Heavy.
Yeah.
Monster Heavy. I'm gonna do a Monster Light. Do I have to get up and do that? I'll get up and do this.
Why didn't he do it? He's closer.
I can get it.
What if you then come back and it doesn't look as good? I fucked up. I should have got these drinks already.
I can lean
He's
back.
in a small chair. He can
just right there.
Oh, look at that lean.
Yeah.
That's a New Jersey lean right there. If ever I've seen it. You got hard, you got heavy, on the top, and then soft. I'll take the soft regular.
Thanks, buddy.
The white one?
No, the one next to that.
The pink?
No, down and right. Look at that.
This will be fine.
Put that microphone close to your fucking mouth.
Right here.
For the viewer at home, I was
Get
just
closer to
giving
this
Honeycutt some shit for being too quiet, but we had the compressor set up wrong. He was actually loud. Jesus, Stone Cold. What's going on there? Anyway, thanks for coming.
Thanks for having us.
You feel that?
Feel what?
My knee. Oh, we're good. Jesus.
That's that New Jersey comedy. Cheers. Yep. I actually haven't tried the regular zero sugar.
Have you tried the water?
I have. I drink it all day, every day. Oh my God, that's good.
It's like a fruit.
Wait. Pepsi challenge. Let's Pepsi challenge this quickly.
Wait, I'm going to see what the difference is.
Don't.
I'll close my eyes.
You don't mind about germs, do you?
I don't give a fuck, man. I'm disgusting.
Well, I don't know why I'm doing it.
Should I grab
why am I spinning it?
Should I grab a extra to really throw a wrench in it?
Grab a hard break edge on camera.
Just put like a can of piss in it.
Right. Drink that. Don't look.
Well, hand it to me.
Go. And don't
mouth hole up.
Yeah, you're close.
You just lick that.
That's not mine. You fucking asshole. This one is.
Drink that one then. I should have fucked him and done the same again.
I would have known the difference.
And
dude,
try this one.
Huh?
Let me taste yours. I haven't had like an OG monster in ages.
That's what my body.
You can tell the difference between those two.
Absolutely.
I actually can't.
Buddy, I dream about this stuff.
I know you do. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
You want to know something crazy?
Go.
He can chug one of those and then go to bed. Puts him to sleep.
Done it more times than I can count.
Doesn't that mean you have ADHD? ADHD people,
I've seen him
sleep.
crack one.
And
chug it down to the bottom. Get in his bunk. I won't see him till tomorrow.
Yeah, but he's in his bunk, like, fucking.
No.
Not sure.
Anyway, it's enough. Energy drink chat. Eric. Matt. I never call you Matt. Who calls you Matt?
What do you call him?
Honeycut.
I call him Matt.
You call him Matt?
Yeah.
What's the normal name? Am I abnormal by calling you Honeycut?
No.
Such a good surname, though.
Yeah, I like it. I'm proud of that name. You can call me Matt too, though. I don't care.
I feel like it'd be Matthew.
I don't mind that either. I think full name.
I just found his middle name out today.
Yeah.
Hit me.
Guess. Give you 3 guesses first. It's the most normal, average
Starts with
name
a
you
C.
can think of. 4 letters.
4 letters starts with a C. Carl.
Nope. Damn, that I wish.
Chris.
Nope. That is not. Well,
wait till you hear my middle name.
Okay, one more guess.
4 letters starts with C.
Yeah.
And I can't say it. It's not that word.
Nope.
That would be fucking cool middle name.
You know it.
I don't. Go. What is it?
It's Cody.
That's not a normal name. I'm from England. There's not a single person called
Where
Cody
are we
in
right
England.
now? Where are we at?
Nashville, Tennessee, brother.
It's probably pretty normal here.
Cody. Matthew
Yep.
Cody Honeycutt.
That's it.
Matthew Cody. You know what my middle name is?
Oh, can we guess?
You'll never guess it.
Go ahead.
What'd start with?
I'll tell you something.
Probably like Edwin or something.
Just take some guesses. It begins with B, right?
Bartholomew.
You're so, like, honestly.
Is it super English?
That's what I'm trying to think. Like something.
It's actually super Scottish. But I want to know. I think
Braveheart.
Braveheart's close. I think it might be on one of these cans.
I was going to say, your name's on there?
It might be on one of these cans. If it
Is
was
it one of the
more,
ingredients?
Imagine. My name is hydrochloride.
Bullcomb.
My middle name is hydrochloride.
That's it.
No, it's not on there. But right, it could be on a drink. Begins with B.
Beast? What are you saying?
Middle name is
Monster?
Beast. No, it could be on a drink. Could be on a drink's packaging.
Baking soda?
No, think of another word for a drink.
A beverage?
That's my middle name.
That's not
I
true.
fucking shit you not. It's spelt differently, but it's a Scottish middle name. It's spelled IDGE at the end. Well, it's actually a Scottish last name. It was my...
Pronounced the same.
Hell yeah. Go listen to KubaCon. Go listen to KubaCon. They're one of the best. Oh, you guys cooking up conspiracies over here. Caleb, don't be annoying. That's actually, you know what I'm realizing? Because Caleb, he's a dude. I mean, I show love to Caleb. He's a dude who's been watching my shit forever. He'll like pop in every 4 months and call me drunk or whatever. But no, but also too, his comments are annoying, respectfully. And it made me realize like that's one of my rules more than anything. Cause it's like I'll literally have any argument you want. That's why when people come at me in a hostile way, I go, I did nothing to deserve this. I'm a very nice, sweet boy, and I've done nothing to deserve this. And you need to be arrested for treating me this way. I'm a nice, sweet boy. No, but I realized my biggest thing over like probably more so than don't say hate speech, because I don't even know if like, I don't know. We don't have to have that conversation. I just think it's anyway. No, even like, say like, obviously don't say slurs because it might get my channel banned. But like my big thing is like, just don't be annoying. It's like that's like, if you're not annoying, if you're not annoying and a dick, we can talk about whatever you want and you can have whatever opinion you want. That's kind of my thing. It's like, just don't be annoying. And if you watch me enough, you know what annoys me. So just don't annoy me. That sounds pretentious, but it is my stream, so I get to make the rules. It's like if I owned a bar or something. I get to make the rules. Oh, yeah. So this is the Tucker Carlson thing. Oh, wait. What were the comments? Is Lance the trans? Oh, yeah. We got to look through those text messages. Thank you for reminding me. Lance is the furry boyfriend. I also don't believe any exist anymore. I'm at the point where I'm not even sure Charlie Kirk existed. Well, he existed. Don't go down that route. Well, not really, but then it's okay. Candace says Israel and Bill Ackman did this. She heavily implies to Candace. I didn't listen to the new one, but I listened to the other Candace podcast. She heavily implies Israel's the reason I shit my pants right now. Israel is responsible for everything, I guess. They are the reason you shit your pants. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure it's Israel, of course, if there's a lot of stuff to suggest it might be, but this one feels weird. I don't think it's possible. It's just a random guy. Yeah, well, that's the problem is like there's not a lot of evidence to directly blame Israel. Now, I've said it before, if you immediately assumed it was Israel, that's fair, because you just did that based off of the things they do all the time. It's not your fault. It might not be. There's a good chance it's not Israel. But I think to what you're saying over here, Yema, good name. I do think it's you said I do think it's possible it's a random guy. So what I was actually going to say off of that is this doesn't feel like it just doesn't feel like a guy. You know what I mean? It just doesn't feel like a guy who's mad at Charlie Kirk, but we always have time to learn more about it. How do you feel about the alien footage, Andy? I have not been paying as close attention to that, because a lot of the alien stuff to me comes off as like a distraction more than it does. Like whenever you see the House Judiciary Committee doing a discussion on, it's always just them being like, yeah, that shit's crazy, but we got to go talk about it in a skiff or some shit like that. Maybe if I'll look for one, but if you guys can find, this one, the Venom symbiote landed in Panama. If you guys could find some good clips on Twitter or a YouTube video breaking it down, I would love to watch it and get into it, because like, I'll be honest, my impulse on that shit is just to go like, it's probably fake and it's someone trolling. But some of the shit I've seen, well, the problem is like some of the shit I've been seeing is like, does come off like a fucking movie, like a thing in like a low budget horror movie. And it's like, I don't know. It just feels like something that's just on Twitter. I don't know if there was a real concern of aliens. I mean, are you telling me the Panamanian government isn't getting on board with that? But they might be, and I don't know a lot about it. So if you guys can find, I'll look for one when I'm done. But if you find a video on it, please let me know. Wait, where are these? Is that the text messages? Because you guys are talking about the Tyler Robinson's text messages and stuff. Wait, let me double check. Tyler Robinson text messages. Okay. Man. Can I find one article that doesn't have 50 fucking ads on it? Here we go. Full transcript. All right. So I have an article here that'll probably be good for those text messages. What else were you guys? I think they might blame the Groypers. Well, That's like the new thing. If you're on the left, it was the Groypers. If you're on the right, it was trans radicalism. And dude, it's also all this shit just feels so perfect for anyone who wants to get caught up in political bullshit. Because like literally the Tyler kid seems like a Groyper, but then he has a trans roommate. So there's something for it's like it's weird when you have these and there's something for everyone in it. It's all fucking weird. I think it's possible Trump did it, or the actors, the U.S. against Trump did it. This one is weird. I don't see how Trump would have done it. See, you're winning me back, James. You're being funny, annoying people. Am I right? Tucker absolutely owned Cruz the other day. Nice. It's not weird. MLK was shot by a dude who hated him too. Everyone blames the CIA. It's crazy, people. CIA definitely killed MLK. See, I would believe it's the CIA working for Mossad over Mossad. I already got blocked by Dan Holloway, who I am a fan of everywhere for my insistence that the Jew killed Kirk. Who's Dan Holloway? Is he like an MMA guy or something? CIA used and possibly makes around crazy people? Yeah, that's true. The guy said the alien was for entertainment purposes. I can believe I believe that. Yeah, if you guys can find an article, because I don't know what you're supposed to search for that fucking article for the fucking alien shit. Also, that old man who claimed the shot Kirk just got hit with. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I wanted to talk. Zach had a really funny tweet about that. Thank you for reminding me about that. I wanted to read that fucking article. Yeah. Yeah, Zach had this great post about the guy getting shot, or the child porn thing, I mean. Yeah, here we go. Here's the TMZ thing. George Zinn, the man who falsely told police he shot Charlie Kirk moments after the attack, has now been charged with possessing child porn. You're like, sure he has, dude. Sure he has. And that was what they did to the Las Vegas shooter's brother right after that happened. I forgot about that shit. What is there? What evidence is there that he recently started to reject Israel influence money? I've heard he did, but how do we know? How do you find good info on the internet? Well, I think a lot of it is. Well, that's why I want to listen to Dave Smith had an episode to go off of this. Dave Smith had an episode that came out, I think, yesterday. I was actually listening to it on the way home from Optimum Noctis, which you guys should all check out because the show's been fucking so good lately. But they've been so good the past all of them. But yeah, Dave had a thing where he was reading text messages from Charlie Kirk, and then I guess Tucker posted a thing where he was reading text messages from Charlie Kirk. So I know Charlie Kirk was. So like they had the footage, they had the thing of Charlie Kirk talking about he was talking to Ben Shapiro. That was his last interview, and in that interview, I thought the way Dave broke it down was really on point. But he was kind of basically saying like, "Yo, Ben, people aren't happy with Israel and this shit. I still want to have a relationship with Israel because like with our donors and shit, but you got to give me something to tell these kids, man." Because it's like you guys aren't doing a good job not looking like monsters. So like there were evidence, and then there was Charlie Kirk was what evidence did he reject I don't know if there's actual evidence yet that he actually rejected the money specifically, but I know there was evidence that he was like not. He was kind of doing a lot more pushback on the Israel stuff. There's a couple interviews. A lot of his friends were kind of saying that stuff. He was talking about that in private. So there is some evidence on it. Some of it is hearsay. Some of it is podcasts and stuff. Last fat boy note. I mixed dark rum into Mexican vanilla gelato and pecan caramel gelato, making an awesome milkshake. That sounds fun. Patel fucked up and probably wanted to justify it. Oh, man. I'm 50-50 on whether he actually had child abuse material or it was planted to arrest him and keep him quiet. After all, he's a matzo mute. God damn it, dude. He was vocally loosening up on the Zog stuff. The money rejected is hearsay as far as what I've seen, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't think the money is confirmed. Yeah, he did the Megyn Kelly interview. That was him. But I don't know, even the nature of Charlie Kirk, it was like his energy was like, I'm willing to work with these people and shit. Evidence is what he has been saying online in interviews for people that were murdered personally. So it's hard to believe that they were killed by anybody else than a crazy guy. All right, where do we go? Let's watch this Tucker thing. So I got the article here on the transcripts. Let's watch. I want to drink this coffee, so let's watch a video. Because I think this is from the latest Tucker Carlson, where he goes through Charlie Kirk's texts. And I think this was also, there was also something. Oh yeah, Ted Cruz was. That'll be interesting to watch. I want to see what Ted Cruz has to say about that. But let's go. Let's see. This clip's going around. Let's see what's going on here.
He did not like Bibi Netanyahu, and he said that to me many times, and he said it to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. Didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but...
Yeah, I got to imagine Charlie Kirk was kind of like, well, because I think the thing he liked about, he's like, well, Israel has he wants to preserve all the biblical sites that are in Israel. And I'm sure he fucking loved all the money Israel sent him, but it was probably getting to a point where it's like, this dude's being so over the fucking top with it that it's like, he's like, this dude's being so over the top with everything that it's like, it's hard to be associated with this guy. And I bet you I would put money on the fact that Charlie Kirk was probably a guy who was like, bro, just switch it up. I'll gladly take your money, but you got to switch it up. As long as you switch it up, I'll keep taking your fucking money, dude.
He certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. And there's no question that Bibi's defenders on the internet will call me a liar or a kook. But that's a fact, and enough text messages exist that I think it can probably be verified in pretty short order. Not that it needs to be, because that is true. Shortly after that speech, there was a very intense attack on Charlie, and to some extent on me, not that I really noticed. But on him, I have no donors. He had $100 million worth of donors, and so because he was involved in a different project from just yapping on the internet, which is what I do for a living, he was dependent to a great extent on his donors, of course. It's a nonprofit. And they went after him and tormented him. Not all, of course, many were supportive, but the ones who were offended by my speech, and there was a small, very intense group who were, tormented Charlie Kirk until the day he died.
So that's interesting. I'm very curious to watch that whole interview because I'm inclined to believe Tucker on this one. I think, don't get me wrong, I don't... Tucker Carlson, I said Tucker and Carlson. Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, they have agendas and stuff, but they have agendas. They have very clear biases and very clear missions and perspectives and shit like that. Like we all do to a degree, but I think they will take advantage of shit that benefits them, but I don't think they will flat out lie. You know what I mean? Because then that will, whenever stuff like that gets found out for them, it's not going to look good on them. You know what I mean? Because they're aligning themselves with truth and shit like that. So that being said, I like Candace Owens. I like Tucker Carlson. One of the things that I sort of am whatever about them. Sometimes they get a little tabloidy with the way they do things. That's why I'm a bigger fan of Dave, because Dave's just kind of a dude talking. It's like Dave and Robbie are the best. They're just dudes talking. That's what I try to be, because that's what I prefer with this shit. I'm just trying to be like a dude talking. But fucking yeah, Candace and Tucker, they get a little tabloidy from time to time. They get a little sensational from time to time. But I think at the end of the day, they're not lying about anything. Like, that's why I don't think Grifter is fair for them. Do they have more of a production and more fanfare around their shit? Yeah. Are they grifters and shit like that? No. So that's why I'm inclined to believe Tucker on this one. Slav, buddy. Let's bring it back down to a 5. Let's bring it back. Slav, you got to get better at fucking catching the vibe. Just bring it down, champ. Bring it down. Slav, stop. Come on, man. It's crazy. It's crazy what you're commenting. It's crazy, dude. God, sorry. I have this tickle in the back of my throat I cannot fucking get rid of. All right. Let's check out these text messages. I haven't gone through that yet. Damn, I checked out for the chicken strips and forgot. That's hilarious, Dunbar. Did you go to get your own chicken strips? All right, let's widen this up. There we go. All right, so full transcript, text messages between Tyler Robinson, the transgender roommate, after Charlie Kirk's murder. On the day of the shooting, Tyler Robinson texted his transgender roommate to drop what you are doing. Look under my keyboard. When he did, the youngster found a note there that read, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk. I'm going to take it." Okay. Got a sugar rush from my milkshake. It's okay. Just please stop doing things like that. Just stop. I make a very inviting environment, not for you to go off like that. I can't listen to people chew oh, I see what you're saying. Candace Owens may have bias. No, Candace Owens has extreme bias, but like she's like, so like if she gets any ounce of info that benefits her narrative, she's going to exploit it, but like she's not going to and like lean in hard and all this shit, but she's not going to like lie. That's the big thing, because like that's what I really try to like talk about when people say like grifter and shit for people like this, because it's like it's not like what do you mean? Do you mean they're like they add a little bit of fanfare? Because it's like, yeah, everyone does that. That's how you like sell shit. It's not good, but it is what it is. But if like the people out there doing this shit that are just flat out lying, I don't think it's as many as people think. Okay, anyway. Charging documents against Charlie Kirk, murder accused. God damn it. The charging documents against Charlie Kirk, murder accused Tyler Robinson revealed they mean to say murderer, revealed the shocking text that he sent to his roommate, who was also his love interest. Is that confirmed, by the way? Is it confirmed that his roommate was like his significant other? Because I keep seeing people say that, but no one actually. But maybe it'll be revealed through the text. So maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. What's Slav saying? Incredibly racist. You're gonna have to go. I'm not gonna post it. But yeah, you can go over to Twitch. But yeah, it's just really racist. In the conversation, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson categorically states that it was he who shot the conservative political activist while addressing a student gathering in Utah. Robinson, during the conversation, said that he used a rifle belonging to his grandfather to shoot Kirk. He said so what is this afterwards? So afterwards, Tyler Robinson you're telling me after he shot Charlie Kirk, he immediately did a text exchange with his roommate to basically admit to everything in the dumbest way possible, and now he's not cooperating with authorities. Slav, man, we are so I don't like that. What's Andy's Twitch? I can't find it. Twitch.tv/Big Red in the Morning. Please go subscribe over there if you have some coin, or at least follow. But if you got an Amazon Prime, please subscribe. It's all in cop feds. But yeah, I've been hearing people say the text messages look rough. He died from an unclean foreskin. Prove me wrong. Interesting. I don't know. I think you might be wrong about that. He used a rifle. Robinson, during the conversation, said that he used a rifle belonging to his grandfather to shoot Kirk. He said he hoped the investigators can't find any prints of his, or he had to leave behind the gun and $2,000 worth of scope. I mean, like, why would he just? That's weird. As the day progresses, Robinson also told the other person about his plans to surrender before law enforcement agencies and apologized for dragging him into it. He instructed his love to delete the conversation and lawyer up before talking to the probe team. So the day he did all this to Charlie Kirk, he just admitted to everything. Like, everything he's saying is helpful to the investigation. I mean, that's just crazy. Given below is the full transcript of the text exchange between the two on the day of Charlie's murder. All right. Tyler Robinson. Drop what you are doing. Look under my keyboard. I mean, like, out of the gate, that just is like weird. What? You're joking, right? Like, this comes off way more. This comes off way more like a fucking 20-year-old. But even this, though, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still, to be honest. I had hoped to keep the secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it, right? What? I am. I'm sorry. I thought you caught the person. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy. Wait. Oh, look under my keyboard. Oh, so okay, grabbed on the keyboard. Under the keyboard was like admitting to it. And then this was meant. So the roommate goes, "I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer. Yet shouldn't be long." What did the thing under the keyboard say? I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. So he just has a note under the keyboard that says that? None of this makes sense. If you read the transcript, he uses very law enforcement terms, making it seem like cops typed it up. Oh, it's the article. Okay. Yeah, this wording is weird. No one talks like this. I swear to God, they make it blatant so you feel crazy because you're like, wait, well, everything can't be the feds. But like, maybe if everything comes off weird, that's their way of making you think nothing is weird. Okay. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. Why is the roommate doing this? Okay. Hope to keep this secret until I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it. Oh, this is Tyler talking. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm retarded. I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still, to be honest. I hope to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it, right? I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. Would he know this by then? Would he know that happened? Like, is he? I guess he could do. I mean, I guess he could do it and like check all the articles. I guess that could happen. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I'd planned to grab my rifle for my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. This also too, like, why? Why did I do it? Yeah. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Why would he even drop it in the woods? What's the point of dropping it in the woods nearby? You know what I mean? You have to either, it's like, this is why everyone thinks feds do this shit. Because it's like, you have to assume it's just stupid. Like, it's like, to not think it's the feds, you just have to assume these people are fucking retarded. I had enough of his hate. Well, I will say this, by the way. I understand, like, to give it the benefit of the doubt, if you're going to be so crazy to do this, it's not like you would be like a cornball in the way you talk. Like, that is fair. I'm trying to be balanced on it. But why would he? I don't know why he would ditch the rifle. Oh, is it because he like doesn't want to carry around a rifle, maybe? I guess he doesn't want to be seen. Yeah, okay. He doesn't want to be seen carrying a rifle. But even then, it's like he dropped it pretty. Did he just drop it in the woods? Like, if he's thinking about going back to get his rifle, is he just dropping it in the woods and not like trying to cover it up or something? Like, did they find the rifle uncovered? Yeah, like, I get, like, there is part of it for the wording where it's like he's a crazy guy that's going to shoot someone in the head. He's going to shoot someone in the head that he disagrees with. He could just be a crazy person. He could have still been in there when the old guy got caught. See, I assumed he shot him and like ran away. This could also be these texts could also be way later because yeah, he got caught 33 hours later. What are you saying here? So Tyler's dad's a sheriff from Mormon, so obviously a Freemason, caught in 33 hours. Yeah, it's a good point. If you wanted to keep it secret, why would he leave a note under the keyboard? Leaving the note is actually a decent way to prove you did it. It shows you had prior notice of the event. Yeah. Don't be mean. The fuck is this shit? Jesus Christ, Andy. All right, calm down. He was a fucking retard who shot a guy. Oh man. Yes, Anon, right in front of us. Chrissy Mayr's on Drinking Bros, so hopefully those two guys are funny. I don't like her. He was a fucking retard who shot a guy. Wait, what was that in response to? I don't think that was warranted. I got to be honest, Tiny Hippo. I don't think that was warranted. I don't get why you would just openly admit and blab that he's the. Yeah, it's like I'm going through these text messages. It feels like he's just gonna lay out every. It feels like he's just gonna lay out every bit of it that like will make getting him arrested just make it easier. If he hoped to keep it a secret till the day at old age, why would he write a letter prior to doing it, giving it away? Also, too, like even a 22-year-old would be smart enough to be, even a fucking a 22-year-old would be smart enough to know like just because you delete the text messages doesn't mean they go away. I love you too, Tiny Hippo. You're just being mean to me. I don't put up with that. Don't be mean to me. I'll be mean to you guys. Don't be mean to me though. Yeah, this comes off as so gay. He had also clearly never actually seen a real Charlie Kirk video, as anyone who thinks he was a fascist or racist obviously shows. Well, I think a lot of people have seen his videos that just, I mean, there was a bunch of people calling him a Nazi, and I'm just like, I don't know how many Nazis support Israel. Oh shit. The two kids that shot. This is interesting. The two kids that shot my friend in the back of the car texted about it hours before, all got first degree murder. Okay. Yeah, so I mean you do have to like no, this is a fair point. You do have to consider that like these kids are just stupid. You know, and it's like you gotta like I know we're all assuming it's feds, but you gotta kind of like push that out. Leaving a note is gay, I agree. But yeah, we also too have to try not to immediately just assume fed every time something's weird, because like like sometimes shit's just weird. But also the shit fucking reads weird as fuck. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. But no, even too though, like I will say though, if he is saying shit like, "Oh, I hope I died of old age with this info," or whatever the fuck, you know, some shit. Oh, look at that. That's way better. If he's on some shit where he's like, I would have hoped to die of old age with this info, it's like, well, you're not really. It's like you thought about that, but you didn't think anything else through. A bit over a week. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept the spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried about my old man. Would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about Prince. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find Prince. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember when I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think it was a $2,000 scope. Delete this exchange. My dad wants. Wait a second. Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it's very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors has a deputy for the sheriff. Here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried about you. Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. Yeah, I don't know. Some of the stuff up front was weird. What do you guys think? Oh, man. Let me throw it to the chat. Let me see what you guys think. There's Tiny Hippo being mean to me earlier. I didn't deserve it. We all agreed on that. Stupidity is contagious. The two kids. I read that already. They conducted a study where Chimp was raised alongside. Jesus Christ, Slav. All right. I'm gonna assume you actually meant a monkey. He shot Kirk with a 30.062. I'm surprised it didn't decapitate him. That Grandpa rifle shit is some Fed shit. Yeah, 2,000 Israeli phones detected Kirk's shooting. Oh, yeah, I saw that. This is ridiculous. I have the same rifle from my grandpa who was a Vietnam War vet. Where did a college kid get $2,000? Grandpa's rifle. So I'm feds now. This is too obvious. They want us to think this is fake. They know everyone else is too stupid and won't care. It's like they are laughing at us with this. New racist live chat. I thought Slav was doing a heavy racism right there. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'd have to read through those again. Like, some of it comes off a little weird, but none of it like really stands out to me as like the most egregious, crazy shit in the world. Like I respect Tiny Hippo. Like, I think Tiny Hippo. Well, like Tiny Hippo, I think it's kind of obvious that I think it's kind of obvious the way the way some of us are kind of like looking for it. You also seem like you're also trying to get rid of it. You know what I mean? So there are some weird things that stick out. There are some weird things that stick out to me. I also just don't know why it's weird, but saying it fakes helps nobody. I mean, but if it is though, it does help everybody. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's I just try to look at it and I go, what's the claim? Is there anything that supports the claim? So if it actually is fake, saying it's fake is very helpful to everyone, but I don't know if they're fake. I don't know if they're fake text messages or not. I also too, like, I get what you're saying, where it's like a lot of people were talking, like the people who unfortunately, your friends who unfortunately died, those dudes were texting about it. It does seem weird in general. People text about a murder like this. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated. If I am able to grab my rifle and seen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Yeah, the ditching the rifle does seem... Yeah, it's hard to tell. This could just be a dumb 20-year-old. You know what I mean? So what do we do if it's fake? What do you mean? I mean, I don't know what we get to do, but it's a pretty big moment of exposing feds if it is fake. You know what I mean? Like, that's a pretty big thing, I would say. I don't know. I don't know if I'm missing something you're trying to lay down. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of these text messages come off very convenient. They give you a lot of info. They give you a lot of info about like about major elements of this. Yeah, I'd have to think about it longer. I don't exactly know what to take from this. They don't come off as like completely fake to me, but they come off, things about them are odd, but it's like it could be a dumb kid. Who knows? I'm not about him seeing his video or even having an opinion on him. If he did, he just did it for validation. He just did it to become notable in his social sphere. Yeah, it's hard to tell with like motivations on these things. Is Charlie gay? I'm so confused. You're gay, Cartman. It's Charlie's not gay. You're gay. Yeah, it's hard to tell on some of these things. Oh yeah, we saw this. Definitely wanted to talk about this one. Yeah, this one just like, this is the fucking playbook. This one just reeks of the fucking playbook. So fake Charlie Kirk shooter slapped with kiddie porn charges after confessing to FBI. So, and TMZ is slowing. Oh yeah, here we go. TMZ is slowing the fuck out of my computer because they need 80 pop-ups. Yeah, you should tell your wife about that. What is this? Very convenient with lots of ... in between. We are all gay. Open that ass up, Cartman. Yes, dude. Open the cheeks up. Open the cheeks up for your boy, Cartman. Thank you so much, everyone, hanging out. Just a quick reminder, if you're on the Panties channel, just go search my name or Big Red in the Morning. I do these streams every day. You can watch more streams over there and hang out and have a good fucking time. Yeah, man. I'm trying to get to 500. I'm about 130 away, so any help would be appreciated. I got to imagine it looks like there's 24 of you on the Panties channel. Got to imagine a couple of you aren't followed, so if you would so much oblige And also, if you're a fan of Twitch, twitch.tv/bigger in the morning. If you could go follow over there, that also would be fucking sick. And I appreciate you and I love you. All right, this guy. This fucking guy. Here we go. Well, that's the other thing too. Yeah, not the full text. There's a lot of like, it's just like 4 screenshots. It's the same thing with like the footage. It's the same thing with the fucking footage where you're like, why is there so little footage? Aren't there cameras fucking everywhere? Don't we live in a surveillance state? How is there no fucking footage of this guy? Have you seen the video of all the baddies walking into Luigi's trial? No, please send that to me. That sounds hilarious. So it's like, why is there only a few text messages from them? Maybe it's because they only did they only talk about it a couple times? That also seems weird, but yeah. The man accused of obstructing the Charlie. Oh, so this guy, if you don't know, he's apparently a guy who he will like regularly show up to these events. He'll show up to like big events and like just be to put in the simplest way, he'll just be a problem. And like there was like some event that he did like a fake bomb threat right after the Boston Marathon. So this dude, and like for the longest time, not the longest time, because I guess this only happened last week, but like when I saw that article that this dude just does this all the time, I was under the assumption, I was like, this probably was just a crazy coincidence. Now you see this dude getting slapped with like the child porn thing. I'm like, well, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, these actually, yeah, by the way, these are the text definitely read like he's building a case against himself for the prosecutor. Yeah, I definitely get that vibe. That's like how they kind of came off. Each text is like vaguely solving the whole crime. Yeah, that's the part that's like the weirdest part about them. I'm not gonna like something about their back and forth. I'm not gonna like overly analyze, because like they'll do that to people on like 911 calls, and I was like, dude, you don't know how people do, you don't know how people are going to be when they're like fucking in the middle of the most traumatizing moment of their life or whatever. So like I don't really hold it against people if they have weird tones in 911 calls. And I got to be honest, there's a lot of texts I've sent people that if you read it, you could probably get the wrong impression from my text messages. Get ad blocker. Yeah, I should probably do that. You guys need to try and get on Story Wars. Well, Lemaire just did, but I would love to. That'd be cool. Luigi is gay too. Sucks for him. That does suck for him. Woo! Hear the baddies? Hell yeah, brother. Thank you, Cartman. Dude, that's crazy. That's fascinating. All right, not all baddies. Huh. Why do they why do they just let, it's kind of interesting you just be, that's so funny. You're going to his trial to try to suck him off, and you're like, I'm gonna cover my they're all afraid of COVID. Look at them all afraid of COVID. That's so funny. That's interesting. I don't even know what to say about that. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. Just an incredible Bill Miller visit, Andy. God bless. Thank you so much. If I wanted to take an action to the grave as a secret, I wouldn't text someone 10 minutes after. Yeah, that's the part that's fucking weird. They're like, I would have hoped to take this to my grave. You're like, do you? Doesn't seem like you. It doesn't like. I mean, he could just be dumb as shit. Maybe. Oh my god, I wish he shot my dad in the back of the head too. Pretty disappointed you didn't get the iced tea bucket though. I gotta be honest, I'm over iced tea. It just doesn't do me. It doesn't do anything for me anymore. But anyway, so this guy, I was saying before, I had a real assumption that he was it just was a crazy, like, because here's the thing, like, I'm down to believe crazy coincidences. This one felt like a crazy coincidence at first, and then he gets slapped with the CP, and I'm like, well, now like, I didn't think there was a conspiracy here. Now I think there's a conspiracy here now, but we do need to get more info on it. Going to support a murderer with COVID mask on, glorious. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's shit like that where it's like the men versus women. Everyone always tries to say there's like a clear. Whenever people do the men versus women, there has to be like a clear cut who's better. It's like neither are better. It's just men and women. We make a good team. So it's like men are good at a lot and they're bad at a lot. Women are good at a lot and they're bad at a lot. And we like meet up. When we meet up, our positives and our negatives benefit the other. It's the same thing with, like, even when you see gay couples, there's always a masculine and feminine. You know what I mean? Like with gay couples or lesbians, there's usually, and then that's why when you see lesbians who are both masculine, that's why they have the most domestic abuse, because they're both, you can't have that. And gay guys are, even if they're both masculine, they're just fucking all the time, so it's more chill with them. But you know what I'm saying? The man accusing of obstructing Charlie Kirk murder probe is in even more hot water. He's now been charged with possessing child porn. George Zinn, who falsely told police he shot Charlie Moen after the attack, was charged with the obstruction of justice following September 10th shooting death of a conservative activist at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Oh yeah, this is the guy getting arrested. Now Zinn has been charged with 4 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor after FBI agents examined his phone and found images of underage girls dressed only in their underwear. According to court documents filed Tuesday by Utah prosecutors, the doc say Zinn admitted to the Fed that he gets sexually aroused by Jesus Christ. On September 10th, Zinn was arrested and cuffed by police at UVU. Like, this I'm actually willing to believe. This I'm like, just based off of this first once over, I'm willing to believe it, because it's like, there's no way. Like, this guy's whole thing is going to these events and fucking just being a nuisance. And he clearly is okay with, like, he knew he wasn't the shooter. And he clearly just, like, he's a crazy person who just admits to being Charlie Kirk's assassin off the jump. I mean, like, and adding pedophile on top of that isn't a crazy jump for me, to be honest. But the things aren't mutually exclusive. But, or am I using that right? Whatever. Was shot in the neck while taking questions. Cops say Zinn complained of chest pains and was brought to a hospital where he told investigators he lied and was not Kirk's shooter. FBI agents showed up at the hospital to interview Zinn, asked him if there was anything illegal on his phone. Court records say Zinn allegedly responded that he uses the phone to watch child sexual abuse material. Is that what he said? Or is that the words he said? Or is that what the cops said he said in their lingo? Is that all the article is? We got to find a longer article. We got to find a longer article about that. Here we go. Here's a Newsweek, John. Let's see if there's more in here. Here we go. I got to piss real quick. I'll be right back, boys. Stay put. Hey, Tiny Hippo, chill. It's the same. If you want to hold it, it's the same as Bill Miller. You got to Venmo me $20. You can hold it. Some John Reap shit. It's so funny. This sounds like a sexist Charlie take. Yeah. No, actually, it's no, sorry. You're clearly making a joke, and I am analyzing it seriously. The Andy Malfrina special. No, it's actually, I will say this though. I do get irritated with the people who like don't acknowledge their differences, men and women's differences. I see it all the time with like, I'll be hanging out with dudes bitching about their girls. It'll be like dudes bitching about their girls, and I'm like, there's certain guys with like shit on women that they have this vibe that they're like so mad they're not gay, because it's like damn, they just begrudgingly hang out with women because they need some pussy. That's why they need to legalize prostitution for sexist men. But no, man, I don't know. Sorry, I got sidetracked on what I was even talking about. Oh yeah, no, but for real though, there's like this thing with, it's like when you figure out that synchronicity between a man and a woman, it's like you can make some cool shit happen. So that's why it's like whenever I talk to dudes who whenever I talk to dudes who's just like, it's just all bad about chicks. I was like, don't get me wrong. I got a laundry list of things I can fucking, tease women about and stuff like that. But when you realize the roles that men and women can sit in, and it creates this like the team that it creates is like something magical. And like the dudes who are bitching, it's like, hey man, if you're looking for a girlfriend or a wife, you got to kind of see where they're coming from and see how that relationship can work with your shit. And that's the men and women who are the most angry at the opposite sex are the men and women who don't want to. It's like they want to have their cake and eat it too. And it's like, I want a significant other for companionship and sex and stuff, but I also don't want to meet them halfway on who they are. And it's like, you got to meet people halfway, dude. That's a relationship. That's a relationship. That's how relationships work, you fucking retards. So it's just whenever I see someone who's just like, they talk about the significant other like they're a fucking burden, I'm like, you can break up with them. Which rabbi told judges to not lock up with potential what? I wish I was gay. You all right, Andy? Dude, legit, like, I think there's certain dudes that are straight. They're straight, but they hate women. And they're almost like they would almost do better if they were gay. It's like, I love everything about men except those dicks. I like pussy too much. It's like, I think what men and women need to do is look for a partner that is all about them, but also is willing to call them out. Because it's like, I don't know. I think it's this thing where because we look to like, okay, let me give this. I was talking to, I bring up this point all the time whenever people shit on Pedro Pascal. And yeah, he's a little too handsy. I think that shit's fucking weird. If you're acting like he's not, then you're like, you don't understand human interaction. But also the fact that he's just like a cringy fuck outside of his like, being a little inappropriate with his hands. People like, I don't shit on him for being a cringy fuck. I shit on him for being a little, he's knocking on the door of SA. You know what I'm saying? But like, I love that he's cringy and he sucks ass. Because that's the type, you need that like retarded thespian to get a good actor. You know what I mean? So it's like people, fuck, how was I comparing this? Sorry, I might have to wrap this up soon. I don't know if my brain works anymore. I completely forget how I was comparing this to men and women. What was I talking about, guys? Oh, yeah. Now I remember what I was talking about. Because I was comparing it like, well, there's like, I feel it sometimes. Now, also, too, I'm not a guy who tries to like over brag or whatever. But at the same time, like, I'll catch myself like being like, I'll be like, oh my God, I'll catch myself doing a thing where I've been trained where you almost been trained by society where if like you compliment your wife too much, you feel like a homo. And you're like, wait, what if she's actually genuinely cool, which my wife is? You know what I mean? And then even saying that, I'm like, there was a part of me that need to almost qualify to be like, don't worry though. She like sucks ass sometimes though. You know what I mean? It's like, we've been weirdly trained to whether the girl, a good bang maid is all you need. That's fucking hilarious, dude. Calling your wife a bang maid rules. No, but I think, and you know what it is? I think people, it's not even dudes, it's people in general that get into these higher up positions. People that like average people look at what they do as normal behavior, when in actuality, most of these people that become famous or well known, they're not. Now, we could debate, are they right or wrong about stuff? Sure. Like, they could be right about things, but I think people need to realize that, like, these people who get into prominent positions, they're not average. And it's not even to say they're like, it's not saying they're better than you per se. Some of them are, but it's not even to say they're better than you per se. It's to say more of just like, don't take what they say as gospel, because it's like, it applies to, it's like when people look at Kobe Bryant with the Mamba mentality and they go like, that's how everyone should be all the time. You're like, no, it shouldn't be. Like, if you want to be the best basketball player, if you want to succeed in like a type of industry like that, but you know, I mean, if you have the Mamba mentality 24/7, you're going to be, you know, it's like Kobe got away with it because he was a basketball player, and it's good to be like that when you're a basketball player and people love it. But in other things, you know, like I don't know, should daycare workers have the Mamba mentality? It's like, no, they should be like pleasant, nice people who are loving and patient. You know what I mean? So it's like, but people forget, they're like, well, Kobe succeeded, that's how you have to be. And it's like, no, that's what worked for Kobe. Not all of us are fucking Kobe. And not all of us even, we also been tricked into like the only way of actually like feeling successful in life is if you get to a height of someone like Kobe Bryant, which is not true. It's just he's the best at basketball, so that's what happened. It's like, dude, some people's passion doesn't need to be in front of millions of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could be the best woodworker. You just have to be like fucking good at carving wood and shit like that. So like, yeah, I think with the way that people look at like famous and notable people, it sort of skews their perception on what the life you're supposed to live is, when in actuality, it's like, you see those famous people, you admire them for what they're good at, but it's like, it's not to say like you have to live their exact one-to-one life to be successful and feel fulfilled. I've met a lot of famous people who are fucking miserable. It's shocking how sad famous people are. And then it's like, I've met a shit ton of normal people. They always seem happier than famous people every time I've met famous people. Wait, so it's good that my girlfriend called out my tiny penis. Whose side are you on? Well, I mean, that's really mean. She called out your penis. I'm sorry, Tiny Hippo. Is that what what your screen name is? Is that your penis is the Tiny Hippo? I remember on Matt and Shane one time, Shane accused Andy of hot wifing. Did he? If you can bring up that clip, that would be hilarious. That's so funny. Well, I appreciate that. I always like how every time people see my wife, they're always surprised at how pretty she is. And like I've had so many people tell me like it happens to me every so often when people see me and then they finally see what my wife looks like. They will do this thing where it's so surprising to them. They have to let me know how attractive they think my wife is. But they're also like, I want to do this in a respectful way. So it's like, I've gotten the weirdest, what am I trying? Sorry, I'm distracted. Kobe takes what he wants. No, I've had the weirdest interactions with people trying to respectfully tell me that I have a very attractive wife. It's very funny. Yes, if you can find that clip of Shane saying I'm hot wifing, that would be hilarious. Mommy issues for men makes you hate women, unlike daddy issues for women makes you want more older men. Yeah. So their real issue is his mama Duke's 9 out of 10, 9, 10. I don't know what that is. No, I have a YouTube channel that has a couple viral videos on it, so I can't change it now. No, I think it's about your penis. You can't trick me. Andy, let me see the wife. Bring her out. All right. Calm down. You degenerates. Andy, I'm a full anti-Trumper now. His State Department has accelerated the approval process for.
Oh shit. Yeah, honestly, it's nothing personal. It's just, you see, I think the thing with like Indian, you see with Indian, it's Arabs. It's like one thing when you get a bunch of Mexicans coming over. Well, I got no beef with the Mexicans. They're fucking hardworking. They do all the jobs no one wants to do. But then you see like, yeah, this is gonna get racist. Because it's not, you know what it is? It's just, it's more of like an immigrant thing. Because it's like when a group of immigrants comes over and takes the low paying jobs, you're like, or the shitty jobs, it's kind of like, But then it's like when another group comes over and it's like, hey, you guys are taking all the good jobs and undercutting people. Like, can we chill the fuck out on that? That sucks ass. You know what I mean? Fuck, it's about my penis. I knew it was about your penis. You don't have to look for it, Derek. I appreciate it though. I think I heard you may have brought it up to me before. We all love Mexicans. Dude, I love, you know what? I've been going for 4 hours. I haven't talked a shitload about food. Dude, you know what my favorite Mexican shit right now is? Dude, I can't. I think I'm like low key Mexican. You know what I mean? Like I think, yeah, brother. Dude, this is my shit right now. I'm low key fucking Mexican in this bitch, dude. I love all Mexican shit. I love so much Mexican shit, dude. But these little fuckers, brother. The Maria cookies, brother. I remember I was like out and about and I saw them and like the whole roll, the whole sleeve. Why don't you just take me there to begin with, Goya, you fucking idiots? The fucking sleeve was like $1.30 at CVS. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Who the fuck wants a newsletter, Goya? The whole sleeve was like $1.30. And like, they're a good middle of the road cookie. It's just a nice, like, we're not trying to do any razzle dazzle. I fucking love it, dude. I'm Mexican, man. I'm low key Mexican with this shit. I think I'm transracial because I think a little. I'm obviously because I'm white, but because I'm a ginger, I'm also a little bit black. But also too, I think spiritually, I'm also a Mexican. I really identify with all that shit, dude. I'm definitely spiritually Mexican because everything with Mexicans make me so fucking happy. They do all the manual labor that rips. They're very nice and pleasant people too. You know what I mean? They're polite. And even if they don't like you, they don't let you know about it. They're polite and shit like that. Every time I've gone to the grocery store and I've interacted with like real deal not just like a Spanish person who's like an American, but they're a little Spanish, like a real deal Mexican. Every time I interact with them, they're like super polite and chill and low key and stuff. Yeah, I'm big and I like all of their food, burritos, any of it. I fuck with it. The music's pretty fun. Definitely. I don't know if the buta, I don't know if that's necessarily Mexican, but like dude, I was in Fiesta the one time. Fiesta's like the Mexican grocery store down here. They were playing like mad, dude, like Mexican ballads are some of the greatest things I've ever heard in my life. And yeah, the food in general is just top notch. The food, because it's like, I'm thinking about it too. Like, I love Chinese food, but I will eat Chinese food till it lays me out. I love Italian food. I will eat Italian food till it lays me out. But there's something about like you could eat the same amount of calories of like burritos as you did like pasta, and you'll just like the burritos will still fuck you. You might shit a little weird, but like the burritos will be a much better time than the pasta. You know what I mean? Damn, I want a burrito. I'm gonna go get Chipotle or Cabo Bob's after this. Shout out Mexicans, dude. I gotta be honest, dude. Big Red is 100% spiritually Mexican. Dude, I watch those Instagram reels where it'll just be some like torta just waking up at 4 a.m. to make her blue collar husband lunch. It's one of my favorite genres on fucking TikTok. Mexican. Don't say the good ones, Cartman. Chill, dude. Bro, I fix Mexican shit work. Mexican work fast. Built like shit. Well, I eat their food, and their food works every time. Slav's got to calm down. Maybe they need to spend. I hear where you're coming from. Maybe the Mexicans need to spend a little bit more time in the houses. Gotta blast Grande Rojo. Always good chatting and hang. Oh, gotta blast. Gotcha. Peace. Have a good one, Green Room. Thank you for hanging out. I like being called Grande Rojo. Mexican food's the best. Politicians, crime lords, Slav, the most ruthless succeed, and there's too much competition on the market to not be ruthless. I guess. I don't know. Sometimes I get annoyed with the whole thing sometimes where people are like, well, they're going to be pieces of shit. Am I going to be the only one not being a piece of shit? And you're like, yeah. Yeah. Because also, too, like, you can be, there's because I think when you say ruthless, it like implies you have to be a fucking conniving shithead. And you're like, you can still be ruthless and still act honorably. You know what I mean? Like, that was just never my MO. My MO was like, I never got on board with the whole, like, well, everyone else acts like a fucking degenerate piece of shit. Am I going to be the only one? You're like, yeah, actually, I think you should. I think you should be, if you're the only one doing the right thing, I think you should still do the right thing. And also, what's your name? Randolino? I'm not like coming at you. Just, I see comments and I kind of like think about bigger ideas. So I'm not coming after you. All right. Slav's just trolling at this point. All Mexicans are corruptible, pepper peeling demons who hide behind their Bibles. I mean, you're just trolling, dude. It's hilarious. Nah, I don't think we should do all that, Slav. Grande Rojo en la manana. Wait, what does that mean? Because I know Grande Rojo is Big Red. En la manana. Also, Spanish women, brother, like they're all. Oh, is that a song? No. I'm not trolling. I'm serious. All right. Well, fucking sucks to be you. Oh, in the morning. All right. Well, you're dead serious about sucking ass then, Slav. I'm sorry you can't. I'm sorry you can't get on board with the joy of the beautiful Mexican people. You need to live by the golden rule for sure. Definitely. Manana. Grande Rojo en la manana. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. A lot of loose labia sink ships. I agree with Slav. You shouldn't. Don't agree with Slav, guys. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Big Red in the morning, yes. Big Red in the morning. So apparently, by the way, there's some lady on here called Village Crazy Lady. She's apparently like a solid follow on this on a lot of shit. If they're so awesome, why can't they make their country awesome? I don't know. Probably have a shitty government. I'm not gonna blame random working class people on their country not being up to par as ours. I mean, after knowing about our foreign policy and reading the book Tales of an Economic Hitman, I mean, I really can't blame people for having a shitty country just on the face of it. Yeah, Slav, you're dumb. Stop. Excuse me. Let me see if there's anything else. Oh, you know what? I actually wanted to talk about this. Krakamiko can be a very intelligent man. I have to give him props for this. Because, like, Lewis, and I also have to give Lewis props for wanting to argue with people online. But yeah, Lewis goes, comedians should be making jokes about fucked up things that happen in the world. It's the entire point of comedy. Which, from a technical standpoint, I don't even know if I agree with the should. Like, I'm not like it's not like from an offend. I'm being autistic. Like, I don't even know if it's like should, but at the same time, it's a comedian. I would say comedians can make jokes about fucked up things that happen in the world. Oh, well, I guess the should is a very load bearing word, but no, it's like I get his sentiment because like there is something like I know it's funny. Like I remember you kind of take for granted like random bullshit, especially like these podcasts where it's just like people talking shit. And then I remember like COVID happened and I was like, I don't get to hang out with my friends as often. So I actually started listening to a bunch of my friends' podcasts and shit like that. And then podcasts my friends were on because you're like, oh, I missed that interaction and joking around. So there is like, it's not like a necessity for survival, but just like existence. Just like through pure existence, it's like what's existing without laughing or having a good time about things. And then Jeff Dye commented, it's time plus tragedy equals comedy. Which I don't even think it's time. I think like I like Jeff Dye. I'm not like a fuck Jeff Dye guy. I think he's funny. I think he gets a little bit too into the drama of things, but that's my own personal opinion. But no, I like Jeff Dye. I think he's funny. But I even think that, you know, and I'm basing this off of like how I learned how to be funny. I don't even think it's technically all right, Slav. Where do we go? There we go. All right. Slav got too comfortable. You can't do that, dude. It's crazy. It's just crazy. And actually what Slav was saying here, where it was like George Floyd killing himself was funny as fuck the day of. So like that one, the reason that's not like a very funny joke is because we know Slav is like bigoted and he says racist things all the time. So it's like, and it's similar to the Charlie Kirk thing where it's like, if the punchline of your joke is haha, you're dead. And it's like, no, that's not like, cause that's the thing people I see this shit happening all the time where people conflate the bad version of something with the well, how do I say this? Like, I see it happen all the time when people talk about crowd work. When people are like, crowd work sucks ass. Like, I saw this clip of Mike Birbiglia, and I like Mike Birbiglia a lot. But he had this clip where he's like, why? He's like, I don't get why people do crowd work. And again, I always say this. I go, okay, for everyone who hates crowd work, just tell me Patrice O'Neal was a hack. Just say that, and I will acknowledge that crowd work is nothing, and it's a trick, and it's a crutch, and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, just say to my face, Patrice O'Neal was a hack. And you'll quickly go, oh, I can't do that because he wasn't. Because he was one of the greatest comics to ever do it. So like that's why I have zero patience for like crowd work criticisms like that. But yeah, I see this Mike Birbiglia clip. Once again, fan of Mike Birbiglia. All respect. He's a very talented man. But I see this Mike Birbiglia clip, and he's like, why do you want to see people do the thing that's the crutch? And you're like, I just like, why do people see the bad version of something and go, yes, this is why it's bad? It's like if I listened to Taylor Swift and I was like, see, this is why music's bad. It's like, no, you're looking at bad music. And it's like, what are we doing? Oh, crowd work's not bad. There's a lot of bad crowd work clips. It's like, go watch Big J. Okerson. Go watch Patrice O'Neal. Go watch Todd Barry. Go watch all these professional comedians. It's like, no, it's not a fucking trick. Because here's the thing. Everyone who says it's a fucking trick, go fucking do it. You can't. I'm not going to call anyone out, but I've talked to friends who are like, it's a trick, it's a crutch. And then I watch them do it and I go, and then they're not good at it. So what did Mike have to promote at the time of the interview? That's fucking hilarious. Thank you. But like, that's my thing about like fucking crowd work. It's just like, no. Just say you can't do it or just say you don't like it. You know what I mean? It's like if I was like electronic music's not me, or like if I was like disco isn't mute. Well, no, I don't hate disco. What am I trying to think of? Like house music. House music and dubstep isn't real music. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. A guy, hit some buttons and some notes came out, and there's a drum and a bass and a melody and whatever the fuck, and it's like, yeah, no, it's music. I just think it's less than. So like that's the one thing where when people are talking about I love Big J, but I made it almost 4 minutes into a special. I mean, that's fine. Big J's still one of the best though. Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe you didn't like his new special, but Big J's one of the, I mean, we're going to have to accept that. Big J's just one of the best ever. But, no, so you see Jeff Dot, and I saw a lot of people talking about like, because like there was a lot of people. I was kind of talking about it earlier with the Charlie Kirk thing. There was a lot of people making jokes, they weren't. That's the thing. They weren't really like making jokes. They were laughing about his death. But then people take that and they add that into the mix of like, this is why you can't joke right after this, and you're like, no. That's a psychopath celebrating someone's death. And then now to be fair, here's the thing too about the Charlie Kirk thing is they're like the overarching symbolism of it, of like what it means for free speech, which every comedian should be behind. You don't have to be like a passionate political free speech advocate, but like, that was the part that made it not as funny to people. It's not that there's no jokes. It's not that there's nothing we can talk about in context of Charlie Kirk that isn't going to make people laugh. It's just the problem is the sort of background symbolism of what this represented is a very scary thing. So it made people kind of like less likely to joke about stuff like that. Now, this whole time plus tragedy equals comedy, I think that's bullshit. I think it's just the more time you have from something, you're less emotional about it. It doesn't mean that the joke's always the same. Like the joke's always the same. It's just the more time you have, the less emotion you have attached to it. And you can kind of have a little, you know what I mean? So it doesn't change the compounds of the joke. It just changes your ability to take in the joke. You know, because it's like there's people who have zero emotional attachment who is going to laugh they have zero emotional attachment to it, who probably laughed very hard about a Charlie Kirk joke that happened the afternoon he died. Now, for a lot of the reason a lot of comedians didn't make a lot of Charlie Kirk jokes, I can't fucking talk today. the reason a lot of comedians didn't make a lot of Charlie Kirk jokes is what it represented to like free speech and open discourse, which is something comics really fucking need when we're doing when we're doing the shit we do. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the whole tragedy plus time thing, I think is bullshit. I think a lot of people are not wanting to have a conversation when it's like, that's fine if you don't want to have a conversation, but you don't get to weigh in if you're not willing to talk about it. And I'm not shitting on Jeff Dye. I have respect for him. I just disagree with him on this one. And then this is where I always respect Lewis, where when you get Lewis in a scenario like this, he can be very well spoken. I think sometimes when he's screaming on podcasts, you get the wrong idea of him. And Lewis goes, I guess, I watched every comedian in New York City make jokes about 9/11 while the city was covered in ash and they were still searching for bodies. It was the only thing that got a lot of people through it. It made me fall in love with comedy. Yeah, because that's the thing, too. It's like, I don't think it's time plus tragedy. Also, I think it's tragedy plus time to be if I want to be a cunt about it, I think it's technically tragedy plus time. Because time doesn't mean anything without the tragedy. So it's the tragedy gets affected by the time. So I think it would be tragedy plus time for being technical. If Big J was the best ever, that would make Kevin Hart God. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna politely disagree with that insane statement. You might need to watch more comedy if you're like, Kevin Hart's clearly better than Big J. And I like Kevin Hart. Sick Kubi. Oh, thank you. But what the fuck was I getting at? Lewis still makes rape jokes about himself and thinks everybody likes it. But what the fuck was I trying to say? Yeah, no, I just think it's like, I think it's way more about your emotional attachment to a subject. Because there's certain subjects there's not a lot that I wouldn't laugh about. But there's still, for me, certain subjects I wouldn't find, it would be harder for me to laugh about. I'm just like, I don't specifically know what they are as I'm saying it, but I'm sure there are. There's at least one or two, you know what I mean? But for most people, it's like, you know what I mean? Like we were talking about Jews and Zionists and stuff. There's a lot of Jews that, there's a lot of Jews and Zionists that to this day won't find anything funny about the Holocaust. You know, and there's people who laugh their asses off about Holocaust jokes. It's not even, that's the wrong phrasing. It's not find something funny about the Holocaust. It's laugh at a joke about the Holocaust. Because it's not that there's anything funny about it. It's just you can make jokes, because jokes are a structural thing. So you can make people laugh in context to horrible shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's because it's the structure of the joke. But yeah, I think it's way more. I don't think it's tragedy plus time. I think it's way more about your emotional attachment. That's so funny. Slav got out of the timeout in perfect time to make a terrible Holocaust joke. I think it has to do way more about your emotional attachment to something. Because yeah, like Zionist people aren't going to laugh at Holocaust jokes. A lot of people are going to laugh at Holocaust jokes, and it doesn't matter depending on who you are. There's certain subjects where it doesn't matter what time. Like I remember this one dude I used to work with. I made a joke. He said something about his mom, and I made a quick comment, and then he got like very serious with me. And it's like, yeah, there's no, because his mom was dead. That's right. I forgot. His mom passed away. And he was also just like a hood dude that had been to prison. He was one of those hood dudes that had been to prison who you can tell he's trying very hard to just be normal and not go back to his old ways. But what the fuck was I trying to say? Yeah, he was just the kind of guy where it's like, yeah, there's no time period where he's gonna laugh at a joke about his mom. So I don't know. I don't think this tragedy plus time thing is like real.
But yeah, I saw Crack's always a wild bull online, but I saw this post and I think I remember liking it. What did he say? I agree that comedians should be able to joke about anything. I don't even like the should be. No, it's like comedian. Our job is to joke. Like maybe I'm being autistic, but even in that phrase, comedians should like saying it that way implies there's a debate. It's like, no, you make jokes about whatever you want. Make jokes about whatever you want. Is there a time and place? Sure. But it's like, it goes back to what I was saying. I always joke about with the fucking Twitch chat and stuff. It's like, read the room. Catch a vibe, read the room. It's like comedians joke about anything, but understand certain things won't get a laugh under certain contexts. And that's just the reality. So it's like, probably if you know the joke's not going to get a laugh, like that's up to you to make the joke or not. I think the Kirk murder is specifically tough to joke about for a few reasons. The video is extremely graphic, soul crushing. If there was graphic video of Kobe's demise all over social media, probably less jokes going on during that time. 9/11 was different because the country was united over the tragedy. This one has divided us. Probably less people making 9/11 jokes if there were TikToks of people celebrating it. Social media has changed our entire landscape. Who's joking? Who's not? Does it even matter? Again, I think you should be able to joke about anything, but I understand why people are having a tough time with this one specifically. Skanks for life. Hell yeah. Yeah, and I thought that was a really good comment on Crack's part. Because it is like, I kind of said it before, the like broader implications of what this means. And then like, I think too, a lot of people like me, when do you normally stream, Andy? I like this at work, building a shower. I've been streaming every day. Normally I stream earlier in the morning because like I always do one day a week where I go long as hell. Pause. But no, I always do one day a week where I go for a really long time. And then I normally every other day this week I've been hitting just like 2 hours or so. But yeah, usually around 9 or 10 every morning I hop on. Pause. I'll be honest, I might not stream tomorrow because I have to do an interview and then I have like some other shit I want to do. So I might not stream tomorrow. But and then depending on when we record on Friday, but I could probably hop back in this weekend too. I'm just trying to stream every day, keep up the momentum because it looks like people actually enjoy this and fuck with it and watch it. But I was saying something about Crack Amico. Oh yeah, I think that I was kind of saying it earlier with the Charlie Kirk shit. I think it's like the broader implications of what this means for our existence in America. I think everyone's realizing how much of a bad thing it is for everyone. I think too, like with the thing about 9/11 too is like a lot of people were finding, a lot of people didn't until later find out what truly was going on. It's like 9/11 happens, they hate us for our freedom. Like it's a much different. I think everyone has a much more stronger grasp on what this means than like the day of than they did at 9/11. So there's that. But yeah, it's like when you understand the broader implications, when you find out there's a whole sect of people out there that would like that's the other thing. A lot of comedians like me, you start realizing like there's a bunch of comedians who we all have different outlooks on life, but we all agree on a similar philosophical, we like a philosophical, what am I trying to say? Like a philosophical starting point for how to like joke about shit. And when you find out that there's a huge crop of people out in the world that are hoping you die, or they don't give a fuck that you died, or they honestly would prefer if you die, like things like that. You're like, that's unnerving, and it's just harder. Like not everyone's going to be thinking of jokes in that context. And I think that's just, it is what it is. Cracks live with Dalton on Crowder Boys with Ilya Oh, Ilya? He's funny. I thinking of the right dude? Yeah. What's the show called? Crowder Boys? Oh, they're live right now. Yeah, Ilya's fucking hilarious. He's a very funny dude. I got to do shows with him with Robbie. He's a very funny guy. Also, didn't Lewis say something about having sex with the hole in his neck? I know he was trying to be funny, but it seems more like he is just trying to upset everyone. Well, that's also too, like, I mean, it's one thing on Twitter. It's another thing when you're like, they're at the stand and everyone's drinking and you're going to be a little bit crazier there. It's, you know what I mean? It's just like, you got to like take it moment by moment. Like comedy, stand up, like comedy in its purest form isn't necessarily meant to be like, well, I guess you could analyze it to maybe understand the comedian better, but like, it's very straightforward. You say something and then you wait for people to laugh or not. And it's kind of like in that moment, it's not even necessarily to say the joke's good or bad, but you go, in the moment, the crowd didn't like the joke. So you failed in that moment. That joke, and I've been there before where it's like a joke could bomb in one setting and then another setting you fucking crush. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's, you got to kind of just take, like, you got to take a lot of comedy on face value, you know, and it's like, you got to watch it and you got to go, I didn't find that very funny. And that's kind of what it is. Yeah, we'll follow Tiny Hippo. Follow me on social media. I usually post about it on like Twitter or something. I'm more disappointed that it's not funny than that it's offensive. Yeah. Cyclone B shower. Jesus Christ, Aaron. Chowder Boys. Exactly. All right, guys. I think this is a good place to wrap it up. This was a very fun one. I love you all. I'll see you on the next one. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, Andy Malfrina's all the social media. And if you're watching on the Panties channel, Big Red in the Morning, Andy Malfrina, go over there, hit the follow button so you could watch me more often. Big Red in the Morning on Twitch. I will have the Patreon set up so we can do some extra stuff over there. This was very fun. I will see you guys. Like I said, I don't know if I'll see it. I might skip tomorrow. And then on Friday, depending on when if Pat wants to record at like 1, because last week he wanted to record at 11, which I'm completely fine with. That gives me a longer afternoon. But at the latest, I'll be back on Saturday probably. But yeah, check out all my shit. I'll see you when I see you. Love you guys. Be about it. Peace.